To set up a game of Dragon Ball, you need a deck of 50 to 60, your leader card, and then you get to draw 6 cards, keep as many as you want, put the rest back in your deck, shuffle it up again, and draw back to 6. So it's a really highly consistent turn 1 in the game. So, and we're going to see it right here. There's the turn 1 starter. I imagine that means he's got another one because he wouldn't charge it. Yep. Top 5 for, I want to say a Goku or a Piccolo.
I'll be the fact checker. You just say all the card names, and I'll be like, no, you're wrong, because I have the entire thing. So don't worry about it.
Well, so she's gonna find the new super rare for the deck, the Goku something power, and he's gonna be a really important asset on turn 2 and 3 because he's like the biggest critical number that can be in the deck, and he's also like the best draw power and removal.
Yeah. Yeah, so being able to look at that, and then the power guy. Let me find him too.
So she is now going to once Lanza plays a card or attacks, Chi-Chi is going to automatically place the Goku from his deck under his leader. He's played Pan, goes up by 5k because Pan says once per turn when you play a card you get +5, and then this Pan lets you reduce her cost if your leader's a Pan, and then when she attacks, if you're 20 or more power, you get to top 5 for a Red Saiyan, which, as we mentioned earlier, kind of the whole deck. The
whole deck.
Including those super combos.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, most decks, like especially like Gohan. Like, Gohan, I was looking like, you can just, you have like 2 different, like the super rares, and also like one of them like bottom decks, which is what you really want to do anyways. It's just absurd.
Yeah. So there's the Gohan going under the leader. So I think Lanza did a little preemptively, but he knew what was going on. Yeah. But look at this. I mean, this is a 20k swing. Like, basically that Pan red 20k swing, draw 2, including like a search, which is like really great. It'll be curious to see if he swings with his leader as well, especially if he just ends up taking the damage here. He kind of wants to not let his leader get that Z energy immediately. Because right now, if you swing as a 10k, you're kind of giving your opponent permission. Please combo this off and make a Z energy for me.
Yeah.
But he did just draw, so I think they're going return.
Yeah, I believe we're back on David's turn. Yeah. And choosing on the charge there.
There are several different lines of play on this turn for Polku, because if he wants to play it a little slower, right, like he doesn't necessarily have to pick up down to 6 if he doesn't want to, right, knowing that Pan is a deck that can put out some real aggression on turn 2 or 3. So like if he wants to, he could just play this a little slower, play another cantrip, and like get out of some attacks next turn and then start the big train. But it really depends on the value of the situation.
For sure. And
how his hand looks too. That's a big component, is if he has the 3 drops. Nope, he's just going to pick it up. So this Leader Awaken, do you know what this Leader Awaken is? It's very weird.
Yeah, well, I'll bring it up, but I already know it. Don't worry, I can quote it. But this is for viewers who.
So most leaders have some combination of drawing 2 cards and restanding 2 energy, or 1 and 1.
Yeah.
Goku says, go find a power pole out of your deck, add it to your hand, then draw 1 card, and then pick down to 6.
Yeah.
So it's like one of the weird, like.
It's still draw 2, but
still a draw 2.
But one of them
defines your engine piece.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what happens there, and so we get our power pole as well, which is pretty neat. It's kind of one thing that I think they do super duper good in this card game is they make decks that kind of work with how the lore works. I mean, even looking at like how the hyperbolic time chamber works in Gohan, right? Like putting stuff in, you have to delay since they're training, and then you put it out. Or even like the 17, like the 18 and Goku deck, where you send them to hell and then you bring them back. Like, I always love that thing about the card game.
Yep. The upcoming Green Broly deck, I think, is one of the most cool thematic things we've ever seen. But we got to save that for later. Right now, Polku is going to basically every Goku that's going to be using a power pole is going to be stronger by, I want to say, 5k in critical. which is pretty solid here. So I think he's gonna. Okay, so see, he's going for the slower cantrip route. So I wonder if he really needed to awaken there.
Yeah, because you could have just
Especially if
waited
he
another
didn't
turn.
swing.
Yeah,
He could have swung into Pan here, right? Like into the 15k.
yeah.
But now that's just another attack at his face, which is a little bit worrisome.
All right, so we're on Jonathan turn 2 there.
Mm-hmm.
Turn 2 with
He's
Pan strong.
He's got the card. Best one.
Yeah,
so activate main, burst 2 to play it, and he hits, okay, only 105k Saiyan. The leader's going to buff it by 5k, and since it's 20 or more, he'll draw. So he's going to build at least one Z energy here, but he probably isn't going to start pushing until the following turn. With an energy up here, I wonder if David is being really cautious and preparing for like Unending Awakening or King Vegeta's Imposing Presence for paying 1.
Mm-hmm.
Or even like something like After Image or one of those type attacks. Jonathan pays 1, gets the restand, gets another draw. Very huge. And he, look at this, damn it. Like, this is a turn to 30k, build a Z energy, draw 2.
Yeah, and then, swing again.
Dual attack. Like, that's kind of good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no 05k Saiyan here. I wonder if what Lanza could have done there, right, is maybe...
over-comboed and then comboed again, yeah.
Yeah, either over-comboed or, like, just let the Gohan go to drop. It depends on if he wants to awaken here, right?
Sure.
So he's going for testing, one of the token negates in the game. Realistically, I mean, this is probably just where... Yeah, you attack, see if he's gonna negate. He's gonna block. See, and this right here, that seems a little... on David's part, right? If he wanted to potentially sequence it a little better, since the Pan is only a 10k, Lanza has to give up a card to make this damage go through. So in theory, right, he could instead save the block for this Pan, and then have let Lanza lose a card.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if they're worried about like them losing something or what have yous, but yeah, Pan's still there. And Pan's alternate awakening condition is what you have to have. I think 3
Z energy.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
and then you're 1-1.
Yeah.
And on the backside, she draws on swing. So like when she's there, it's a big turn.
Yeah. Because normally you want to sequence it where you can play a 15k, awaken, attack, and then play another 15k. So you get technically 3 draws. And, four draws with the auto from Pan. So
yep, and that's assuming that the cards that you played didn't also draw a card.
That's true, which a lot of Red Saiyans like to do at 15k stat line.
Yeah. So we're back on the Polku turn. This is probably when he's going to start playing out his individual cards. So I imagine this turn we're going to see the Piccolo out of the Z deck, right? The 2-1, but it reduces to a 1 cost if you have a Power Bowl in play. It's been a little while since I looked at it, but it'll Z stack the Goku using the new mechanic from last set in Power Absorbed. But realistically, he's still just taking his decisions, not really sure what to charge. I don't know, maybe his hand is a little more defensive than he would like.
Mm-hmm. And I'll say, like, I'm not an expert on this deck, so I don't have super good insights of what you'd want to see and where you'd want to see it. But at this point, it looks, even though you've gone first, Pan is still getting at that more aggression, so you kind of have to answer that. And finally, charging the promo Son Gohan, probably one of the. I mean, this card was super abused in other red decks, but
yeah, it seems like it's more mellow now, right? Because it's kind of done what it's supposed to do. Where like on turn 2, if you're really lucky, turn 3 or 4 in most red decks where he's online.
Mm-hmm.
Just a really solid card, right? Defensive, offensive, and then really efficient too, right? 1 energy, -20 block. That stops 2 attacks for 1 energy and produces a body.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad.
And so we discard a Krillin with its own activate main to add a power pull from deck or drop. So just being able to run 2 more copies of the card, and also essentially two of them having a 5K combo with them is it's okay.
Yeah.
Helps the deck.
So this is one of the 3-drop Gokus. Both of them have a different effect based on how they're played, but I think this is the one that when it attacks, it draws top 5s for a card.
Yes, looks up top 5 to Red Sun Goku R Piccolo.
So we're gonna go ahead and stack this power pole. Ooh. And so now he's got 5K in critical per the leader only if he plays a Z battle card. So he has to get a Piccolo into play here, which I think he might do with another energy. Maybe. Because now that there's a power pole in play, it's definitely reduced.
No, I think he's the Goku's already critical, right?
The leader gives cards with power pole under them critical.
Yes.
If you have a Z battle, Goku or Piccolo Z battle card in play. Right?
No, I don't think so. No, it just has to. If you have a Red Sun Goku or Piccolo Z battle card in play, your Son Goku cards with power pole get critical.
Yeah. So they need the. He needs to get the Piccolo.
It's an or though, not an and.
But it's a Goku Z battle card still, right? And he doesn't have a Goku Z battle card in play. He just has a regular battle card.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's one of those ors. Yeah.
So yeah, there's the Piccolo. And he's going to Z stack the Goku underneath it.
Yeah, there he is.
So now his Goku's got Piccolo, or got Piccolo. His Goku does have a Piccolo, but his Goku's got critical. So it's definitely going to be solid.
Yeah. And deflect unique blocker. If you have 3 or more energy and this card will leave your valley, you can discard 1 to play the Goku you Z stacked underneath it. And then if there's a power pull, you reduce the cost by 1, as we said. So that does exist, and our leader does have crit as Goku as well, right?
The leader
no, it doesn't. It's just right next
would
to
have to have power pull underneath it
Yes.
and be a battle card. So unfortunately, no. But I mean, this is going to be a 20K critical that draws a card here. That's not half bad. Not half bad. He's actually going to save it. Okay. So he's going to add the Toa. The monkey will play because he has 2 or his opponent has 2 or more energy. And then once it's played, it will get +5 and the leader will draw a card.
Yeah.
If he'll draw. There it goes.
Yeah, so I mean, we're playing against a deck that puts a lot of pressure with crits versus a deck that likes to do a lot of draws. I mean, like this Great Ape Son Goku technically is like a super combo that plays itself. Like, which
this
is
card is this is like one of those like really push cards that you're kind of like, I can't believe this exists.
Me neither. Like,
look, he just comboed with it twice and drew a card.
Yeah, and then you can get out your Z energy, and then like I don't know. There's just
this is going to be a big turn for Lanza. He's got three Z energy set up. We're in a good situation here.
Yeah, and still at 7 life. You probably awaken this turn. You can probably do your combos where you get all the draws that you can. All right, maybe for 1. Thinking for 1. Yeah, because Pan's not a 20K anymore.
Mm-hmm. So he doesn't get the draw here, but it's still a 15K swing.
Yeah,
which is lethal to most leaders. So I wonder if this is good, because this basically is going to have to be his first like real defensive turn, right?
Yeah, the last turn was just a preview. Now with 4 energy online, being able to awaken, and just kind of everything that goes with it, it's pretty scary. Yeah. So
he's gonna choose to block here. Yep. You want to pull up that Goku Z battle card, because I believe it's like the first. So he can discard a card to play out the Goku from underneath, and it gains barrier.
Yeah.
But I believe that Goku also has an effect that like when your opponent attacks or plays a card, you can give something like -10.
Yeah, let me bring it on up. So you get to play the Goku underneath. Let's see. When this card gets barrier for the turn, if there's a Sun Gohan awakened power underneath your or your opponent's leader, choose one of your opponent's battle cards that gets -10k power for the turn. And also activate main. If you place one card at the bottom, you can add a power pole from your drop to your hand. So you get that cycle.
But before it can gain barrier, Lanza is going to use the understanding of autos, where all of his effects will resolve first. And Gohan is going to counterplay, resolving in a -20 prior to that barrier coming into play.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
that's the 4-drop one, right?
Yep. The promo that's in the Z Energy, or in
his
energy. It's the winner version because Lanza wants to show off that he is in fact a big boy winner.
I have won a game before.
At least 3 of them.
Yeah,
given it's from a local, right?
That's true.
So he's gonna out combo 1 for a super combo. Is he gonna draw for that? Yeah, I was gonna say. And then 1 more card to get out of 25 double.
Also, they didn't need to give this. I don't know. I still look at this card and I get angry. It's like, what? they just have an extra amount of like red ink to be like, oh, let's just give it double strike and blocker and play whenever and pop stuff and like. When does it end? When does it end?
Traumatized from previous formats.
And this is not just as someone who was a Red Sin player who never got their hand on the card before Red Sin got banned. So like.
So Lanza kind of flash in his hand there. We see a couple different options in here. He's got another copy of Pan. He's got that Broly promo, right?
Yeah.
From the last set of regionals, which is a huge critical body draw 2 in Pan.
Yeah.
It looks like that's what he's going to go for here. He won for Broly, overwhelming power or something like that. It's a very unique card where if your opponent has 2 or more energy, you can play it. For 1 red and your leader is red, right?
Yes. Then
it can either KO a 15k or less or give your opponent or your leader Overlord. Yeah. Which is such an interesting way to like deal with servants. It basically guarantees that he's going to get removed, but he's going to get a draw off of himself.
It's more or less Overwhelm, right? At this point, right? But instead of like, Overwhelm and you lose a card, it's like, oh, you get to replace me too. Don't worry about it. It's very flexible as well, and that's kind of like why I liked Red a lot, was that it did just get randomly a lot of like, here are like a couple 1-drop options you can be running that you can choose when this is the best time to play them. They do kind of different removal at different times, but they're all just very strong.
So he opts to swing with that critical just because it's a big number, 30k, into the Goku battle card.
Yeah.
Kind of giving up the crit there, but I mean, putting a 30 into a 20 basically guarantees that it's removed, right?
Yeah, and at 4 life and their hand size, like the crit, I would probably do a lot of pressure, but I don't know. Yeah, I'd be so.
If you're not going to kill this turn,
yeah. If you're trying to play of like setting up the win next turn and making sure that they're going to have a really hard time winning, then that looks like it. And it looks like passing with 2 energy open.
Man, I wonder if there's some sort of red card that costs 2 defensively. An oldie but a goodie. Start with a T. Topo, Righteous Aid.
Oh, people still play that card? Isn't that like 2 years old?
It's old. Set 8.5 with draft box 4.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, it was like the second floodgate ever, right? It was Nimbus in set 3, and then Topo all the way in set 8.5. Like that's
the most expensive uncommon outside of Senzu Bean. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that card used to be $20 a copy.
Yep.
That's crazy as an uncommon. But you know what? It kind of earned its reputation for being that strong. Especially because like people just didn't understand like how to use counterplays like on your turn like that. So it was a very different like world, right? I think retroactively, I think we'd have a lot more answers to it. But in historical context, that card was unreasonably powerful.
Yeah.
And even here, we're going to see.
And I don't know, like we're in a point in the game where most decks are monocolor right now, right? But 2 years ago, you would splash 2 colors, 3 if you're crazy, I mean, we're also talking about a world with Zenobutton around and like Surge Goku being at full strength. Like, oh, what a completely different card. Now it's mostly just monocolor stuff with a little bit of spice every once in a while.
Well, and especially because like the power of each individual card, right? There were several cards in each color that was like just strong enough. Like you would play like a bunch of non-optimal blue cards just to get access to Sensu Bean.
Yeah.
You would play some non-optimal red cards just to get access to Topo.
Yeah, because Topo's only one specific energy, which is kind of maybe should have been two. Who knows? We're here.
But I mean, it's a really interesting thing. He's paying 2 immediately for, I presume, his big boss monster.
Let's see.
But this, Gogeta Unison, interesting.
He's kind of a big boss monster, right?
It certainly can be. He's gonna search top 3 for any red card.
Yep.
Card. Secret rares, Unison, super combos. Just gonna take a Goku one-hit wonder. I mean, one of the really interesting things here is, we're assuming that Lanza has Topo, but I mean, if he doesn't, right, I feel like going for the Gogeta Unison was potentially not a high value play on turn 4, right? Like when you have 2 energy and you could have played Goku Piccolo to make your leader into a 20k and then be a 30 dual double.
Let's see. And so using the effect of the Unison to play the Pan for free. Which
Chi-Chi should be in rest mode.
Yeah, sorry, Chi-Chi, not Pan, Chi-Chi.
Hey, I mean, that's her grandma.
It's true, right?
They look kind of similar. I mean, like, hey, old Pan kind of looks like old Chi-Chi.
Yeah,
don't think Path to Power.
That's true.
Or whatever that movie is, the the one that's like 100 years in the future.
Yeah, I think that's just the end of the show.
Yeah, so.
"Quote unquote" end of the show that's still running, but has been a hiatus for like 6 years. End of GT, I think. Spoilers.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched it by now, then what are you doing?
Not a whole lot we could do to save you for a thing that ended in 2001.
Yeah, something pre Y2K. Like,
yeah.
In a time where if we say Y2K, some people are like, "What's that?" Like,
I mean, that's weird. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, there were probably some people like, "What does Y2K mean?"
I don't know. Let's just continue on our card game that's from the 90s.
Goku here is played for 1 energy, and this is the most impactful Goku for 1, right? This is a 5 cost. I think it's called Overwhelming Might.
You are close. Overwhelming Power.
Oh, so close. But right, Goku here is going to be really powerful, and just that, like, pay 1, and then you're going to be a effective 25 dual critical, and you're going to get to KO and draw a card. I think he KOs a card lower than his power, so he's going to get to pop the Gohan, which I'll admit is a little scary. Is Lanza going to go for... No, he's just choosing... Oh, wait a second. Hold on. He's spending 1 on the Pan. So Pan basically says when you have a red card in your combo area, you can pay 1 red to draw 1 and play her.
Yeah.
And then the leader is going to go ahead and buff that Pan by 5k and draw an additional card.
Yeah, and that's like aggression is always kind of like what red likes to do generically, but kind of like this more value base is really where Pan shines and differentiates from it, because you get so rewarded for playing cards on your opponent's turn.
I mean, and we're seeing there, right, that like he did not lose. He just drew 2 additional cards for 1 energy because he played out the monkey, and Pan is also in play, and then he drew 2 additional cards.
Yeah.
And then obviously he took the damage, which he kind of wants to go to 4, right? So that way next turn, if he goes for a kill, it's in a better place here. So he's probably going to use the Goku. I can't tell I think killing the Pan is actually the best play here, the active mode Pan. Because I don't think you really want to turn back on Gohan. Because Gohan is a really scary card, and he's still online.
Yeah, and just the fact that I don't know. Just looking at this Pan deck, you get like so much extra combos now. Like that hand is fat. That's like what, 15 cards now? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It looks like 12 cards.
Yeah, like 12, 13. Yeah. Pretty huge. Whereas Polku is sitting at like a
7,
8, 9, maybe, right? especially because the power poles, you do have to use them from underneath, right? So the cards kind of have to stick around for another turn to make sure that you recoup that card advantage.
Yeah, and they just don't have combo power in their own right, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's if he taps out here, this is a little scary. I really feel like he's going to need to save that energy for like a King Vegeta's Imposing Presence or an Unending Awakening here. Certainly, right. He still has at least 3 more attacks into his bodies, but I think he's got to turn his leader sideways soon to make sure that he gets the value out of that draw. Is he going to go for an Overwhelm?
Thinking about it. It looks like it, yeah. What are we going into?
What do we got?
Oh, the
Vegito volley attack. Okay, this is a new Overwhelm from the last set of TPs. So Overwhelm 6, it's a 30k Vegito Xeno, sorry. Permanent, it can attack battle cards in active mode, and then auto, when it KOs a battle card, it can restand itself. However,
but it's not once per turn, right?
Not once per turn. So in theory, it's a full board wipe if your opponent doesn't have good answers to it.
Yeah.
But I think we just saw its immediate flaw where if the attack is negated, it's just over, which I think is why a lot of players, like, we read this card and went, wow, this is really, really strong. But I think in retrospect, cards that are of Overwhelm kind of have to have immediate value to be able to make sure that they could be played, right? Because at this point in the game, he might get 1 Overwhelm next turn if he loses his whole hand.
Yeah, but
6 more cards in the draw.
It's in the fact that it forces a negate is kind of okay, right? But for 0 energy, so it did its job in the sense that it was forced something, but at the same time, it just don't think that doesn't get its full value.
Yeah, and so now we're gonna keep seeing more attacks. I wonder if he's going into his into Lanza's life, or if he's going for his battle cards here. It's kind of hard to tell just from watching this, but
yeah, without hearing it, yeah.
I mean, realistically, right? Can you afford to not clear board if you just give your opponent, if the assumption is that your opponent's going to be trying to end the game next turn, can you afford to not clear board and just give them cards out of life?
Yeah, exactly. Because you're just going to give them some more gas to help, at the end of the day, or you just, clear board and make it, inherently harder for them to do anything about it, right?
Mm-hmm. So he is comboing, but again, we can't really tell. Oh, he did have it. He had it, or he just drew it.
Yeah.
Topo Righteous Aid.
And just deciding that the pan play was just more. It looked like he was saying, he played that big card. We're not going to see a lot of swings. We're going to the pan instead. But
once you commit to Gogeta Unison like that, right? If that had been the 8-drop, might have seen Topo come out.
Yeah.
So the question is, how is David going to manage the rest of his turn here? He's got 1 energy and at least 1 more attack here, but realistically, what can Goku do, right? It would potentially swing into the rest mode pan. It's not even a critical because he doesn't have his Z battle card out, so you're just giving your opponent a card.
Yeah.
Not really sure. And with 1 energy, you kind of need to save that for defense because we know what Pan is capable of. I mean, next turn, Pan can play Defender of Life, right?
Yeah. And with 1 energy, it looks like we're just trying to read their hands. Just because that 1 energy is really big. Even if you press damage, what are you gonna do? You're gonna try to remove board, maybe, but
it feels like the answer is to definitely just swing into Pan, right? The rest moded United Emotions.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, at the end of the day, it's just gonna, right? In theory, it just gets blocked. Now that he's only got 1 energy, it's like, what else could you even do? And he is gonna spend it. Let's see on what. The Z battle.
Yeah, Z battle. Yeah. Which I don't dislike because it's another blocker, and then he plays another thing from underneath, right?
Yeah. Which, assuming that Lanza doesn't have Gohan specifically ready to go, that card is pretty safe to come in against red. And then he's going to give this Goku critical, so he's probably going to put it to the face now, right? But it still is a 25 if he decides to attack Pan, but it's just going to get blocked either way, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Wow. After image, -10 to a card
That pops
for the
something.
turn.
Yeah.
Gonna pop the Piccolo. He's basically forced to discard here and get the Goku out.
Yeah. If he wants to, yeah. And then let me bring that up. So we played the Goku, and then we're going into
only if he's willing to discard a card, right?
Yeah. If he's discarding, I mean, technically one of the attacks still going through, right? Because it's after image.
Yep.
And it will still have crit if you discard a card, but if it doesn't, it won't. It also has -40k, so like you gotta have to swing for the fences anyways. But
yeah, you would really be bumping a lot of power there. So no, he's just gonna pass. He lets the Z battle card go away. He is now tapped out 3 life and half the hand size that Pan has. This is a really tough situation. Not impossible if he's got, King Vegeta's imposing presence and like 2 testing the oppositions, but that might not be enough even with everything that's going on.
All right, so going to 4 energy very quickly. Very quickly. Yeah, just we know it. We've seen it. Other decks want to run this card.
Bender of Life. He's got the silver one. That's right, folks. There is a silver foil of these cards, part of a friendship campaign. If you go to your in-person regionals and you and 5 friends are in attendance, including 5 strangers,
strangers
can
just
just
friends.
Talk to people. You too can get these gorgeous silver cards, which you've seen these in person, right?
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
They are something else. And so he's going to pay 1. So this is really putting, so look at this. 40 dual attack, on swing -25 to something.
Yeah, and it has double strike.
He's got,
got everything.
That's not good.
That is less good. Yes, correct.
So now we're going to have full hand knowledge, and hand knowledge is insane.
It is, that usually...
I mean, you just rip out that super combo, and I'm pretty sure Secret Rare Swing automatically wins the game.
I think so too.
Right?
I think you're correct.
That's 5 or 6 cards in hand, which is like 30,000 power. If he just swings with that and then gives it like a super combo or 5k, that is the end of the game.
Yes. Yep. You just do the red things. You just go on in.
And the token does have combo power.
And we're at what? And so if this doesn't go through, which I mean,
I don't think that. I mean, there's literally nothing, right?
Yeah, because he's got no super combos left in hand, and it's quad strike, and
I mean, we kind of gotta let him show off on the stream here, right? Get as big as he absolutely can.
I mean, you're already flexing that you have the secret rare, you have the silver foil. Like, what else you got in that deck?
You know what? He could have gone even bigger if he had paid 1 for the Pan. That one right there. He had another one in his hand, I think. Let's see. Yep, there's another one. He could have paid 1 to draw 1 more card. Yeah, this is like literally 100.
Mm-hmm.
Quadruple strike. So this Vegito is one of the strongest secret rares right now. Overrealm 6, the first non-black Overrealm in the game. Very interesting. If your leader is a mono red
only, I think
first and only right now. I imagine we'll get him one day, right? Like that seems.
Well, he was announced at Gen Con last year, if I remember correctly. So maybe we'll get an announcement of another one this year. Maybe that's what the countdown is. It's just another Overrealm card.
I mean, hey, I think it's a really neat mechanic, especially as far as the secret rare goes. It's really cool to get some high value and like see card design.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the things that Magic has done over years, right, has been, hey, let's take some of these color identities and flip-flop them.
Yeah.
You know, obviously that takes quite a bit of years, but now we're at, what, are we about to hit 6 years? 6 years of card gaming?
2018, 2017.
2017.
So yeah, I think
we had the
I think this
5-year
month was the 6th year.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, yeah.
So like we're kind of getting to that point where like we can start to see some of these crossovers because Bandai still clearly has lots of ideas left.
Yeah, and the fact that the base of the cards are so legal, right? There's no rotation or anything either.
So like it's a really interesting world that we live in with some of these secret rares and the way they're designed. So Jonathan Lands is going to take round 1 for no energy cost, no less, right?
Yeah.
Like we see a huge amount of value coming out of the fact that you don't have to actually spend any energy to Z Awaken.
Yeah, that's really big, and like just I don't think the deck was ever like truly bad. It didn't like super take off because I think it was it at the same time that
it was Realm of the Gods. We
Yeah,
saw like Isaiah Herring got like top 16 at the Tennessee Regional with it. And I think we've seen like spatterings where like once every format it gets like a single like 9th to 16th top. But it's never been like number 1, and we're just jumping straight into it, I guess. Yellow is
good to go.
Dude, this Kibito Kai is crazy. This is one of those like really pushed cards, finding Earthlings and Saiyans 4 or less for yellow. And then if your leader is a Vegeta or a Goku on turn 2 and beyond, you can basically swap him for any 1-cost battle card out of your deck, including himself, to just deck them. We're seeing, oh man, these guys are playing at lightning speed.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up, I promise.
Trunks gets to once per turn warp a card from his hand, draw 2. It's got to be black. And we can see some really high value here where immediately he mills 3, and it's 3 cards that can all have effects out of the warp. We see his Cumber secret rare, the Evil Saiyan.
Oh, you
Malice
love that
Made Flesh.
Like, immediately there.
Yeah, dude, that card is Malice Made Flesh. Is there a card with a harder name than Malice Made Flesh?
That is, I would, that is a rock song that I'll be making in the future. Like, it's crazy good.
And then he also hits another Goten, and then the Supreme Kai of Time that allows him to play his Unison next turn. So he combos off Goten to immediately make a Z energy, and we see Vegeta going straight into the World Mat cards. These feel like Hayden cards to me, personally. These read like Eggman cards.
I was around
the Marshall Meisters.
What, like, I like World Tournament. I like drawing cards. Like, you remember when like Yellow Broly was like, "Oh, this is the best card in the game." Like, draw 2. Yes,
draw
please.
2. Yep. So Vegeta's gonna swing at his leader. Let's see if he's got the Goku. Does he have Destined Conclusion? Is that what it's called? I want to say. No, he just leaves it at 10. Just gonna play Roshi.
He's got him. There it is.
I think he's just gonna pass here though, right? Because he, in theory, right, even if Master Shen is still negated, you can still use the Roshi to switch the Shen to rest mode to draw 1.
Yeah.
But I think what's actually effectively happening here is that Vegeta is making a higher level play where he's not going to self-awaken right away because he just doesn't need to.
Yeah.
Right. If he picks down to 5 and then Trunks gets like a really high value turn, Trunks is just in a tough spot, right? Like, what are you supposed to do if they're pushing your face and you're at 5 already? Whereas being at 7, you basically nullify 2 attacks. And he hits another high value mill there. He's going to go ahead and mill 3 more Saiyans, get his leader awakened immediately. Wow. This is a really excellent start here for Trunks.
And they are, again, like just speeding through it like they have 10 minutes left in round. Like, it's
on the backside, Trunks is a blocker who says on swing, draw 2, warp 1. Excellent filter. And then if a Unison is attacked, oh my goodness, the highest of value there. If a Unison is attacked, dude, I literally feel like I'm watching this on 1.5 speed. Am I crazy?
Yeah, no, I like even like the webcam like bit rate. It must be like the frame rate for the webcam because it's looking like it's skipping.
So he's gonna go ahead and remove the Kai from the game, pay a black, bottom deck 1 card, pick up to 2 life, and play a Unison from hand or warp. He's gonna pick up. It looks like just 1 life, but Unison comes into play. He's got another Trunk or another Goten over there, so he could see some really, really big draw value here. I hope he doesn't have another Gohan. I don't think, which would have been the best play. But
yeah, honestly, just like the fact that we got the one nice, okay.
Or that's pretty good. Is he gonna hit him from 5 to 3?
I think there's a chance, right? I mean, that is.
I mean, it depends on his hand, right? If he's got a negate, I think you kind of have to negate.
You
this,
have to
right?
negate this, yeah, 100%. Like it's so much pressure.
He's gonna awaken. Play a destined conclusion here for one. Super combo. I mean, I guess he could like. No, wait, no, you're at 5, my guy. Uh oh. Accept a game state. Oh, he's saying it. Okay, yep. There. Bean effect.
Yeah.
Pick up life, then do it. Yep.
Yeah,
Just a slight
okay,
sequence.
Yeah. I mean,
thankfully, his opponent is a nice guy.
But you don't have to be playing this fast.
Yeah, like this is like already a matchup that I was not worried was gonna go to time. It's not like they're playing 21 hatch or anything like that, you know.
Yeah, if you're on YouTube, watch this at 0.75 speed and see if you can keep up still. Like it is there. All right, but we got it fixed. Nice guys. The Vegeta being able to do that. I meant to say it's like already passed like 2 minutes ago, but the big thing about Crimson is that you do kind of get like better like unison play. Like it used to be you play the unison out and then it's just like gets it dies and then like what happens? Like oh, there goes my entire deck. So just being able to protection there is nice.
And for one, you pay 1 to play it with 2 markers.
Yeah.
Which like that's the high, like that's the really crazy value, right? Is that then it's like the most common type of unison removal is Black Smoke Dragon.
Yeah.
And so it goes to the warp again, and you're like, oh no, my unison that I play from the warp is coming out of the warp.
And it immediately draw. I mean, as long as you overrun or play anything from the warp, rather, you get that additional draw. So
I wonder if he's gonna go for that. Well, I mean, even if he goes for the unison, right, the leader's gonna switch himself to active mode, and then he can activate blocker.
Yeah. But we used our Eggman cards to draw 2. Seems good. I mean, if there were truly Eggman cards, they would have said make your opponent discard 2, but I'll digress.
Yeah, you'll accept, yeah.
Yeah, I'll accept. A +2 is a +2.
Ultimate Duo, KO the Vegeta, or the Gogeta, which is important here. But that's 3 cards. Double to leader? I'm curious here because honestly, if he applies pressure incorrectly and then he like gives his opponent the ability to self-awaken or not self-awaken, Z-awaken, he could be in a really tough spot where, you know, he's only got 1 energy and his opponent can super Kamehameha a riposte. That's very dangerous. Or maybe he's going to go for Nimbus, expecting like a Koitsukai or Super Kamehameha. That's very possible these days. Everyone's kind of maining 1 or 2 of those just to.
It's really wild. Like we've gotten so many floodgates, but then Nimbus is still just coming back every once in a while.
Look, I mean, it's an extra card, right? That's the huge difference.
Yeah.
I hope he moves this unison over though, so that way we can like tell that the Gohan is a little more clearly in the battle area. But he hits another 1-drop. He's got a Vegeta over there. So really, I mean, I think what he's really looking for this turn is going to be the Goku Overwhelm, right? The 6 drops. That way you can grab back a Vegeta or you can do whatever. He's going to Spirit Boost, pay 1, and he gets to warp the Destined Conclusion. Yep. Huge value. Puts back 2 cards. This is really tough. He's going to swing lead. Is he going to try to riposte or Nimbus? Auto is pending. No negates. Oh. 20. I mean, Majin Vegeta basically has to do the life ability, right? The beam.
Yeah.
It's gonna put him to 3 immediately. Combos that, and then Bean. Yep, +5. So he gets out of the attack here, but this is, I mean, it just feels like Trunks is in full control right now, but it's hard to say because next turn he could just as easily pass away.
Yeah, I think that there's just a lot of aggression going on there, and you know, there's both decks do have kind of like their floodgates and stuff, but just the amount of pressure been able to do so far.
I wonder if Trunks could have instead right here, since he went second, if he could have just cumbered. If he could have just done the Evil Saiyan.
Yeah, because that is in what drop/warp right now. So
yeah, so he could have ripped it. He could have warped the Goku, right? That would have been a 19k. It would have automatically turned off riposte, and then it would have also peeped at his life. Now the question is how much pressure can he get? And it just keeps going, man. Vegito, you got a Super Kamehameha for this? If he's got a Super Kamehameha for this might be the end of the game.
Yeah.
No Super Kamehameha.
All right, but there's pausing and thinking. Finally.
Yep.
15 minutes in.
So he pays one for Vegito. Vegeta, he's gonna go ahead and warp the. Interesting. Oh, but you know what? If he just passes here, Vegito goes away anyway, and then he keeps one up for like petrification, maybe.
Yeah, I think petrification can do a lot. You do have yeah, I think that is the case. Yep, gets rid of it, and passing from there. And
then Vegeta stays in active mode. But I don't know. See, right here, this is where it's the second activation of the old geezers. That's when those cards get out of control, right? And then it just feels like it can become third and fourth activations because now you've got the defenses and the turns to protect them.
Yeah, because like normally you're able to just like, draw the like attack into them or something, but if you get floodgated and where it's like they lose cards by trying to attack to get out of them, like it's, yeah, as you said, that card draw is very good.
Vegeta, activate main, draw one. But he doesn't have a Goku in play, so it's no... Oh, but he's got it in his Z energy because he's got the double name. He's going to go ahead and token negate. Sin Shenron. He's going to negate its skills, presumably. See, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like he's in... Now that he spent 2 on Sin rather than on aggressive cards, it doesn't feel like he's quite in a position to end the game here,
Yeah, he's definitely not making the plays as if he went first. He's definitely like he, even though he's going first, like he's on the back foot.
So Vegeta's gonna swing. His opponent's at 3 life, so Trunks can Z awaken here. Spirit Boost, is it Spirit Boost 1 or 2 for the Z leader?
For the Z leader, it is Spirit Boost 1.
Spirit Boost only 1. That's kind of crazy.
That's pretty crazy.
Here's the thing, is if he petrifies the Sin here, I think the game is immediately over.
I think so too, because now the game is probably over.
Look at us calling it, dude. We're pretty all right. We're not half bad.
Yeah, that us is doing a lot of work for me.
Okay, well, hey, today I would have been aiming for the 5 for 5 on regional tops in a row. I would have been going for it.
That's fair.
We were scared. I was scared, is what it was. So I was like, I better commentate to be sure.
And I can't ruin my undefeated streak of I topped a regional last September. So I.
Our
Kansas with 40 people.
Our 40% regional. Hey, I wonder if the guy who won that is still.
That event was stacked though.
It had me, you, Lanza. Eddie was there. Juha was there. Even if
most of his deck was there too. Like just crazy.
The incident. Hey, Matt was there. You guys can't see it, but my roommate. So back into this game though, we're looking. Dude, this is not good. So he's gonna start with the swing. He does not start with a floodgate.
Nope. And maybe just worry that Super Kamehameha is coming out, or
no. If so he just picked down to 2. So if he goes for Cumber here, he won't be able to get the board wipe.
True.
Yeah, I mean you got it. Yeah,
just go for Cumber. Yeah.
You warp the blocker, and then he gets to look at life. Dude, I'm telling you, both these players, I swear to you, their cameras have like the highest refresh rate of all time.
Yeah, and
it's 1 or 2, so he gets to look at it. I'll admit, this is one of those cards that like does not work very well on webcam.
I don't think they made like an official statement on how it works.
It's kind of basically on the honor system, right? He's gonna have to do like a look at them, but like keep
Yeah.
your eyes closed. But like obviously we can't
Obviously,
see.
yeah. No, I mean, it's just kind of how it works for. Um, yeah, no official statement. Yeah, and
So he's gonna.
there's an effect in One Piece that does the same, and I guess Digimon. I actually don't remember how they rule in Digimon because there is like peek at your opponent's life, and in general, it's just like whatever. You just reveal it. It's not a big deal, but
Yeah, like I mean, it's one of those things where like you know it, but at the same time, like you just have to recognize that like this is the limitation that we live by, right? Obviously, it'd be a perfect world to be unique, but you can't do it. So we see the Tyrannical Blow and the Zarbon revealed off of it. Ideally here, okay, so he actually opts to warp the Vegeta to play it. That's a 15k attack. But I feel like if you're going to warp one, you might as well warp the Sin. Sin would have been a 24k.
yeah, I mean it's just vanilla, right? But yeah,
Yeah. And then he's going to warp presumably the Zarbon. Doesn't really matter.
yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I want to say Zarbon's actually a 15k too, though. So like he could have just like he could have warped the token and then played the Zarbon.
Yeah, because there's only.
I know you can play the 20. Yeah,
Oh, you
there
can
you
play
go.
20 now. Yeah, you're fine. 24 would have is offensively the same as a 20, anyways. So
What if? All right, hear me out.
okay,
I would love Maxwell if you are that guy. You're gonna go grab all the most important cards in the meta and keep them off to the sides. That way, in case you steal them.
Yeah.
I do that when I play like against 21. I just have 4 pans ready to go because like whatever. So yeah, 40k gets blocked.
There was like a moment when like Turtles was relevant. So I had like when I was playing webcam, I had it. So I'm like, here, it's right here. Don't worry about it. Like I got you.
So we're gonna go ahead and draw 2 and warp 1. I think he just drew a unison, but yeah. And then in theory, he just kind of dumps here, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think you're good to go. Yeah, like why not?
And he gets I mean, he has to play around Gohan Piccolo, right? Like that's the most threatening card.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, 30k super combo is pretty good.
And then he combos with I don't know what that card was. To be honest, I mean, I feel like still the option was instead to like if he had warped the blocker and then he swung with Cumber into the life, that would have forced the secret rare, right? Like just being a 40k swing, but I guess we can't know for sure. So this is 35 into 15. You probably want to make it like 40, so that way it's like he has to secret rare. There's 45, so now it's secret rare plus a card or secret rare plus Z Awaken.
Yeah.
Is that a One Piece card, by the way? Token or something?
I actually don't know what that is. I've been trying to look at it. I think it's like it's because it's not like a Dokkan, like like the Japanese like arcade machine. I'm not sure what it is.
It's got kanji at the top. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, so it's definitely Japanese, but I don't think it's from like you know what I mean. Like there's the I forgot the name of it outright, but
Card-ass?
maybe because it almost it looks like it's what Yu-Gi-Oh sized. It looks a little like it's swimming in that sleeve. All right, so there's the counter secret rare.
I just realized he also didn't Z Awaken as Trunks. He could have just like Spirit Boost get that extra 5k.
That's true.
So he's gonna draw, play that, and he gets to tap either the Unison or the other card, which I still do not know what that card is supposed to represent because I think he comboed away the Vegeta.
I thought he did too. But maybe
or is that the 20k?
Nope.
Yep.
Okay.
So, I mean, the thing is still is that he
okay. Sorry,
Duel Masters. Interesting. That they had like a 2,000 person tournament yesterday.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. My mom knows who Goku is, but we're losing to Duel Masters by a lot too.
We keep losing on the ever famous Dane's mom demographic.
That's right. She knows who Pikachu is and Goku. Hey, I want all the viewers at home. Ask your mom. There's a decent chance they know who Goku, Piccolo, or they know who Goku. Dude, that is the odd. I mean, he just must have no floodgate.
Yeah.
But like they know who these characters are. So all right. I mean, okay. So we've got pay 1 for Bardock the Teenage. I really feel like he should just be going for game here.
mean,
I don't think he lives a crackback, so
I mean, the Bardock will help live a crackback, right? But
yeah. The thing is that we've only seen one super combo come from Vegeta.
Yep. All right,
So he could have up to 2 more still. Yeah, so that, and then he uses Secret Rare. So there's 2 super combos and a Secret Rare, which is 1 super combo left. Did he have all 4?
No, but I don't think.
Hold on. Oh wait, that's just a 5K.
Yeah, it's a 5K.
But he's not Z Awakening. He's really saving it, dude. I feel like Trunks really had this game in the bag, and I'm not sure if it's just the missequencing. Not Z Awakening on the leader for that extra 5K, but like all that stuff is gonna add up over the course of a game.
Yeah. I'm really surprised why they didn't do that extra Z Awaken.
I mean, he just has to full swing here. He hasn't overwhelmed yet, or no, he just did with the Bardock, I suppose, huh?
Yeah, and did the Boo got tyrannical blowed, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so you can't warp the Piccolo.
Okay, so I just Trunks' hand is looks like 5-6 cards. Vegeta's is still like 8.
I think you're gonna mean 10 cards in a second. Oh, okay.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if that Piccolo swing there is correct, because he definitely is not winning this turn off of it. Yep, he used to tap Boo and draw.
Yeah,
and then it's 40K.
Yeah, actually, why didn't he use Boo effect?
I don't know. He couldn't because he used T-Blow.
Right.
But now here's one of the other problems, though, right? Is that if Trunks had just Z Awakened, he could have just literally gone Spirit Boost 1, remove your Secret Rare.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I thought I got T-Blowed. I was double checking myself on that one. So, not getting that removal of the Secret Rare, and just the fact that the Secret Rare lives a turn to swing in is always super dirty.
Yeah.
And we have our Sin again, and
it's currently 40. He just doesn't really have a way to gain double strike here, and because he's been Bardocked, right? So it's not like he can play more. Another draw. I mean,
no,
am I crazy? But is this guy just not playing any floodgates? Like we've seen the Vegito, but no riposte, no.
I'm not going to spoil deck list, but I'm pretty sure he plays riposte.
He's gotta, right?
Or he's gotta.
Where it's like unfathomable. You can't not play riposte in a yellow deck.
Yeah.
That card came out in January of 2021.
Yeah, that's
that card has been around for 2.5 years. 10 sets ago.
No. 2021 Nationals, it was like the reprint. Like you got the golden reprint of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
it was around in January 2020 when that was the regional season that it started with. Okay, so here's the problem: I think it's no, it's the set 12 cards. I promise. But hold on.
No.
Cumber has its skills negated, but he could have still stole that.
Yes.
I guess he would have had to steal the Roshi, and he decided against it. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, because it's once per turn. Okay, so does he have like a Nimbus or something? Because honestly, if he has like Nimbus plus the right negate, he could just get out of the whole turn because he's got the 2 blockers.
Got what, 2 blockers? Yeah.
3 energy.
He
has to have a floodgate. Yeah, and neither they both have the best ones in the game, and they're still choosing not to. So pay 1, Spirit Boost, remove the Goku. Yep. And then
I think we just start swinging and see what happens. Yep, 30K.
Do you have a floodgate? Riposte. Right, okay, so there it is.
All right, and are we seeing a response to the floodgate?
I mean, there's no way you live a Nether turn without Bardock, so you have to super come out. Nothing goes off. That's all right. So Spirit Boost. Now he's gonna Z Awaken.
Yeah.
Finally. He's gonna do leader skill, gain double strike and 5k, right? If you spirit boost again.
Less important when your opponent's at 1 life, but it's still a little important.
Well, the 5k, right? And then he gets to remove a card, so it can be basically a 10k if you think about like card advantage, just removing a 5k from his board.
Yeah.
But the problem is Sin is still out. Sin gets to block probably 2 total attacks. If he plays it right. Like, this is... When I bought next 2 cards, I had 2 of my... Let's see here. He's got a petrification, which is dead. I don't know, man. Like, I really feel like he's gotta make a play here. If he gets like double reposted and he has no answer, that could just be it. But he really just has to get 1 attack through. Any attack that goes through, in theory, is the end of the game.
Yeah, and there's 1 blocker. Again, you are under repose right now, so you do have to tap something, which isn't too terrible right now because you probably have a little bit more energy than you know what to do with, anyways. But what else we got?
How does it? Why he still has an energy spent though? Or I guess are they okay? So they're nice guying each other.
Yeah.
Basically saying like, "Hey, I'll do no," because that would be the second card that he's removing. So he needs to have an energy tapped.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest.
Okay, so he's gonna grab a card, probably a Goku or a Gogeta.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah. But I still feel like Vegeta is strictly better there, right? It's still a pay 1, but then it's a bigger number.
Yeah, because again, unless like, I mean, what you're using the energy for that, yeah.
Yeah. Which I still feel like he's supposed to have an energy tap, but I guess I don't really, we just gotta trust that they undid it on, like, for a reason. Poutine. Oh my goodness. This is
that's pretty good.
This is getting away from him. So he's gonna swing, he's gonna block, leave it at 30. But a super combo gets out of this, and then he gets to block again. Pos putting the is the getting rid of the 20 or the free unison attack better? Okay, he's still refused to Z Awaken. Perhaps one day we will see Z Awaken from Majin Vegeta.
Like, maybe they don't run the card either. No, I'm kidding.
It's just not playing the secret.
How much can we like look at the deck list verbatim and be like, maybe they're not running that card that we like look with our eyes, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. This is a really okay. So I mean, this in theory goes through unless he can't tap the unison for that. The unison is a free attack. I mean, you can obviously, but can and should might be a little different. Because like Poutine and Sin effectively still stop 2 more attacks here. Well, I think he's saying no negates, so I mean, you kind of just have to, right? Like, what else is there to do?
Yeah, but he's got a pretty fat hand there. Maybe not. Okay, well that's
Flash. That's huge. Card. He hasn't Z Awakened yet. So okay, so we got 25, 40. The thing is that he still has several cards that he gets to play out of his
Z deck.
Z deck, yeah, or not out of his Z deck, or out of
the Zarbon load to restand the blocker.
And he gets. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
probably it.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Here's the thing, right? Waiting. Is that he can pay 2 for the Trunks out of his warp, right?
Sure.
Poutine's gonna switch it to rest mode.
Yes.
Then he's going to play the 8-drop over it, and when the 8-drop attacks, he gets to warp a card ignoring barrier, so he gets to remove the Sin 4-drop.
Gotcha.
So he should, in theory, still have another like really big swing here. But I mean, Majin Vegeta looks like he's shuffling like 5 or 6 cards still, which is like if he still has Z Awaken, Poutine on board, like he's still got several pieces of combo power, and I don't know that 30 is going to be enough. He will get to draw a card here if he plays the Trunks out of his warp. It looks like he's looking at it.
Yeah, but the 8-drop doesn't restand though, right?
Okay, how is he getting these? What is going on? Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
he's
it's
just
a 3.
yeah.
Yep,
Right.
Poutine. No,
effect.
that's fine.
No,
That wasn't off the token. No,
it wasn't off the token. No.
it's fine. So Trunks comes in rest mode. You're
Yeah.
totally fine still, bud. You're fine. You're good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And then you pay
No,
one. Okay,
no.
hold on.
Okay.
He needs to draw. He needs to draw and add a marker for the Supreme Kai.
Yeah, he's
That
totally
is a
missing that.
mandatory effect.
Yeah, but does the 8-drop switch to active mode?
The 8-drop is a Xeno evolve, so the 5-drop actually gets removed from game.
Oh,
and then
that's
the
right.
8-drop comes into play.
Yeah,
It's not. It's not supposed to be like an evolve like
That's
that.
right. Yeah, it's just like a weird. Yeah, you're right.
But so let's see if he drew a real relevant card here, though. I mean, honestly, he could also just like pay 1 and like play another 5K from his.
Yeah,
but he has to just tap the energy.
Yeah.
Nope. No. Auto. Yep. Auto. He gets to warp a card, ignoring barrier.
Yeah, this is functionally the last swing with Frieza too. Yeah, so ignoring barrier. Yep, there it goes.
And then drew a 5K. Yep.
So this is 35. So he can get up to 20.
He's got 25 at minimum, right? Because he's got a Z leader too.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's got like 6 cards in hand. Yeah, I don't foresee this going.
Again, like why? Okay, yeah, his hand is just so fat. Yeah, I still don't know why he's not Z Awakening.
He's chosen not to, and that then he's just scooping.
Yeah. And
Boo plus cooler. Wow, yeah, you would just do 40 single and then 30 back up with that, even if you have a negate.
So, and the Trunks gets rid of cards with barrier, so it didn't matter that the blocker had it.
I feel like there are some things that went wrong kind of on both players' ends.
100%.
That just like I don't know. Like obviously things kind of worked out, right? They both lived a turn longer than we thought they would.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing, the way that this cell works is that it's such a unique type of deck, the way that it goes up its whole chain, right? Basically, you're going to play out the plot. You're starting as an egg, little old 5K, weak and fragile. But then what'll happen is you're basically going to go straight into some really high value cards where once you Z Awaken, you basically get access to extra life. You're going to start getting access to free Earth Destroying Kamehamehas. You're going to get a board wipe at one point. Vegito here is probably going to be best at making sure that he can gain value out of the extra large keywords on his cards, because through that life gain, the game still goes on, right? Like you resume even after that blow up, and you can keep the keywords around.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's very again, like we were talking about earlier, there's a lot of like thematic kind of decks that they've really been getting into like some crazy builds and stuff with, and this cell definitely is one of them.
Mm-hmm. All right. So he's going to reveal an Aandroidd, place it at the bottom of his deck, and draw 2.
Yep.
He's going to go ahead and pay 1 for cell, not Chrysalis. It's like training or like cells and training or something like that. It's going to top 5 for a green cell that energy cost of 6 or less, and then play some tokens to his opponent's board. So one thing that's really interesting here about this cell too is that once he's Z Awakened, if this card happens to stay on his board for a little bit here, he can get some really high value out of paying 1 and comboing it. But I think Vegito is going to do a hefty amount of damage here, and especially next turn, to the point where Cell might be in a little bit of trouble, because it does have to wait until after it's absorbed both a 17 and an 18 to be able to Z Awaken.
Yeah, and we don't have what's underneath it right now.
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
It won't get anything underneath until turn 2 at earliest.
Yeah. So meanwhile, we have Vegito doing their thing. I mean, getting. I really do like it. I like the idea that you do get the Z leader support, and we've seen it a lot of times where there are a lot of decks are. Man, he's
find the secret rare. There it is. I cannot wait until I commission my better player alert emote. It is certainly your chances of winning with this deck are not entirely based on seeing your secret rare.
No,
but it is a large factor.
you do not dislike seeing your secret rare.
Yeah. So he's gonna draw 2 here. Flip over. Look at that's just so different from the way that other old leaders had gotten support, right? Picking up life versus just inherently flipping is so different.
Yeah.
So he draws a card still. He's gonna combo one more to probably get the Z Awaken here. Yep. Pay 1. And Z Awaken. And this right here is just where the deck gets extreme value. Now he gets to every turn, bottom 1, draw 2, and bounce a card, ignoring barrier back to hand.
Yeah, on a leader. That's I remember when this card was released, people were like, what are they doing? Why is good boy, fan favorite Vegito get all this good support? And I think you answered your own question.
And Angel Coup can't get nothing, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I
literally released before him.
Every time there's a surveys, I keep saying BT2 Vegito, so eventually they had to listen to me, and they're like, well, Eggman said it 3 times, so let's make it kind of good, and I think kind of good where it's kind of landed, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably right. If it's not the best red deck, it's the second best behind Pan right now, and certainly in forms of consistency, right? We can see a really huge amount of value. So Cell has to pick down to 5, play a 17 and 18 from deck to his opponent's board. You see the 17 and the 18, so they are both in play. Basically, they are some of the weirdest. This is another, just like the Polku we talked about. This is the weirdest +2 awaken.
Yeah. So I would say this is even weirder. I would confirm that this is in generally the weirdest. So if opponent's leader is green, when this card is played, you get to discard 1 card as your hand, so you are playing it as the Vegito player technically. So Michael essentially gets a draw 1, discard 1, and then gets them over there to also deck thin, as well as do that. Man, I haven't played this deck on webcam, and it looks just obnoxious. Yeah. Giving tokens, playing cards on your opponent's board. I didn't play Saiyan Invaders as much on webcam too, but I know that was there's an issue with that.
Giving your opponent 1 card that immediately goes away versus 30 Earthling tokens and both 17 and 18.
No, I gotta own a couple copies of the Goku Berserk just to pass it back and forth from the you know what I'm talking about, the one that gives double strike. You combo and you give it to your opponent.
Yes.
Yeah.
That card is pretty solid.
Also, this is just a minor thing. You got to Z Awaken at what? I think 8 life. So you're an 8 life 15k leader. Just a fun thing.
Yep. And he's now this is the part where he basically, I don't know, he's not going to be able to kill Cell this upcoming turn, right? Because I just don't even think he would have to deal 7 damage. No, he wouldn't be able. Yeah, he would have to deal 5. So I guess he could. Kind of depends on if he has the Almighty Resistance, right? In theory. But I don't see a yellow card in his energy yet. That's kind of a big deal. So he's going to go ahead and KO a card. I don't know what he KO'd. Oh, maybe with that Cell. He's going to play 17 and 18. Yep. This is a 10 critical. So if he swings with it, he can combo a card.
Yeah, but just the fact that they got to 15 so quickly. Oh, okay. I mean, that's pretty good crit with a 17 or with an 18 super combo is great.
And then he gets to place it under his leader to draw 1.
Yeah. Ooh, and double strike exists in this game? What?
Is he not gonna die next turn by tapping out here?
He seems to think not.
I guess so. Double crit goes off. He puts that in the drop. That is the energy, and then he's gonna go ahead and place it under his leader and draw 1.
Yep. Which is a it has to
but
be
it
two
doesn't have
costs
an
or
energy.
less.
Two costs specifically. Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't get the you don't get the awakening effect. Yeah.
So he's now passed. There's still no yellow card in his energy, so no almighty resistance yet.
And again,
Is that
you
it?
can't
No,
Z
there's
awaken
no
his cell, right? Strictly.
Correct.
Yes.
You have to pay a green 1Z energy, and then you have to have both cards underneath.
Yeah, and you
He's going to draw 2. Is he going to decide to bounce the cell? My guess is no, but it's hard to say. You kind of don't want to give him another trigger of like the play Earthling tokens, right? In theory.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was thinking like you can go straight into like the cell about to explode, but you have to be at exactly 1 life, but you can't use the Z Awaken effect anyways yet.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Choosing none. So in this case, right, because this is a card that does not strictly plus, right? If you have to lose a card, only if you add a card, if there's nothing worth value adding to his hand, he can just choose not to.
Yeah.
Likewise, he can also basically force a shuffle there, by after he bottom decked a card, he can make sure to do some value there. Vegito, here's a secret rare. He gets to draw 4 and tap up to 4 of his opponent's cards, which in this case is 0.
Good.
But against other decks, we promised that would have been really good. I suppose that's probably why he tapped that last energy, huh? So here's a double strike. Is he at 4 now? Oh, that's really huge. 25 double into a 15K. You lose 1 and then lose 1 more.
Yeah, again, I guess you're what? You're a 15K leader with the effect, right? So you're not just a 10K, but
yep. You go 40 triple into homicide. Oh no, he can't activate counters from his hand. I forgot about that part of Cell. That's kind of bad. I guess he could activate that. What's that? The ready to explode or about to explode?
The Z leader.
Yeah.
Well, you can't.
Not the Z leader. Not the Z leader. But do you have to be a Cell Z leader probably to get the free negate?
Yes, you have to be a Z leader. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a 45 triple strike coming in, and this is going to deal. And then honestly, I think the game could end right here if he swings with this Vegito, and then he just taps 2 and turns it into a Hyper Rush. I think that's the end of the game.
I think you're right. I think that the double strike crit is really tempting, right? It's a lot of pressure, but at the same time, you might just.
I think, because you just swing with this guy. Your opponent has no negates, right? Because they're less scared of it. Granted, I don't think there's any negates Cell can activate here at all. Period.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets to pay 2, and then Vegito basically he'll get to pick up his life, rip a card out of his opponent's hand, and draw 2.
Yeah.
So, yep, he's going to go straight into a Hyper Rush. Hopefully SPR. It looks like he's pretty decked out in foils right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd love to see. That card is really pretty. If you have an image of that SPR Vegito.
Let me see. The Hyper Rush?
Yep.
I'll find it for you.
Yay. The stream will get to see how pretty it is. He's got a regular one. So they can see it there, and then they can see the SPR on the stream here in just a moment. But
look what he
this
could
is
be
20.
with.
He basically gets to pick a card at random from his opponent's hand. I want to say draw 2 and then pick up to 2 life. Holy cow! Look at that card, dude.
Draw 2, yeah. So draw 4.
So like he gets to draw 4 cards here and then rip a card out of his opponent's hand. Like in theory, this is just the end of the game.
I'm trying to see if there's any like potential spice that be like you don't lose, but I don't see it.
Not tapped out like this in green.
And Aandroidd 18 is a good super combo, but it's more on the offense side. On the defense side, it doesn't do as much, especially if they're just comboing for game. They have 0 cards anyways.
He ripped a dead card, picking up to just 1 life. Then you just give it all, right?
Yeah,
Just
right.
throw it all down. I mean, his hand looks basically the same size, except he's starting at 25.
35, 45,
No super combos is a
55.
little troublesome. You only saw that one this game.
Yeah, that's it.
Looks like those are all dead,
So
I imagine.
25, 35, 45, 55.
Ooh.
Ooh. Magic could play this, though?
That
Amazing.
is that's tough.
Yeah, it is a little tough.
So that is a quick round, but that is how aggro is supposed to work, right? Cell is a long game control deck.
Yeah.
And if your opponent is, playing something that can kill you immediately, that's just going to lead to a quick loss sometimes.
I don't know if you guys have read Secret Rare 21. We're going to see it twice this game, probably.
Yeah, probably. When you just
that card is
Secret Rare
good.
the trait Aandroidd, guess what? There's like a dozen cards that search that outright, like immediately.
Yeah. So, looks like new 21 is going to go first in the name of hunger. It's going to go ahead and pick up a life, and it gets top 5 for any blue Aandroidd. So that doesn't have an energy restriction. So it's one of the few cards that can grab the Secret Rare alongside that card. Speedy Substitution lets you search for a blue or green Aandroidd straight off the top of your deck. Again, no energy restriction, so it can find the Secret Rare.
None.
Now, are you aware of the controversies surrounding blue Aandroidd players and getting arthritis? I hear there's a lawsuit in the making.
Oh, really? It's kind of like one of those like Mario Party 2 situations where they have to send some special gloves.
Yep. Got to prevent the injury. The hands are getting too messed up. Looks like Jared's got the clean start, though. He is going to charge Key Channeler immediately. He's going to go ahead and discard the
Aandroidd 18.
Oh, goodness. Measureless Strength, Aandroidd 18, which is actually really important for this deck, right? Having a card in your drop area immediately. Also going to go ahead and top 5 for a blue Aandroidd, blue or green. And he's going to find another Key Channeler. He will get to swap out his energy, right? One thing that's really interesting about using Speedy Sub is that you can actually use it to swap out these check lands into Bad Omens at the end of the turn. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and swing and combo off. He wants to deal that damage here. Force this through as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I believe he countered with it, but still took the damage, right?
Yeah, because he doesn't swap the energy. So and so the reason that he's going to go ahead and do that, right, is he's going to get that combo is because he doesn't want to have to swing himself, and he still needs to build that Z energy for his Z battle card.
Yep, exactly.
Especially going first, it's basically guaranteed to land.
Yep. So finding Aandroidd 18 super combo there.
This is an interesting choice, right? A lot of players really have been shifting from Aandroidd 18 over to Aandroidd 8 from the Red Ribbon Army stuff of Gamma.
Yeah.
Just because drawing cards is typically a little better if you do happen to be a deck that has 0-10Ks and is constantly looking for more defensive options rather than trying to apply the pressure.
All right, so Z stacking into the Z battle card there. So that does mean you.
So here's a test. If he wants to swing with that crit, nope, he's just going to pass. Yep. So it's tempting to want to swing with that crit here, but stalling the expert deck on the front side is definitely the right call here.
Yeah, because it doesn't have. Does it have an alternate waking condition?
6 life with a blue-green energy. So it's not really an alternate, but it's just a little.
Yeah. So if you can keep them at 8, then they can't get there because otherwise you can.
Right. They have 2 different self-awakens because they can do the Giro.
Mm-hmm.
Which it seems like that might be what they're kind of starting here, right? Might even just do double Giro, to be honest. That's totally feasible. Because Giro is not unique and not limit 1. Isn't that interesting?
Do you know the ruling with this card?
That you have to reveal a green card? Or
well, the reveal is not part of the word.
You have to bottom deck. Oh, can you say choose none?
Yeah.
No way.
Area, yeah.
But the cost is to put a green card at the bottom, right?
It is currently still up to debate on how it kind of works.
Oh my goodness!
Because you can.
No way.
I know that there's been rumblings about this because I know Yomi's been talking to Fash of like, how does this actually work? Because Jared's especially as a local to us, he's like, yeah, I play
He
this
knows.
deck. Like, do I?
Oh wow, that's huge.
Yeah. So I mean, it's very good if it works like that because it's a secret green area, and so you get to yeah, that literally might be what they're talking about right now. Like, no
Wow.
joke.
That is that's a game changer. Like honestly, that I can't lie, that really boosts this deck up significantly in my eyes.
Yeah, because you can't.
But then you still have to. So it's just when you play it, pick up a card, draw one.
I
wonder
don't
if
remember
they-
what I know. There's back and forth a lot of it.
Well, Robert is currently unmuted.
Yeah,
The
they are
judge.
talking about it, and I would not.
That's
Last time that Yomi talked to Fashion, this, don't clip this. Don't at me. I was 99% sure they said that.
don't
they can.
at me.
Yeah.
You
Don't
hear
at
that,
me.
guys? Get in the comment. Yell at Eggman. That's what he's asking for. He just
Yeah.
said it.
All right. So it looks like
But
they're
that's
telling
true.
them that they did have to bottom deck a card and make it green, but
Okay.
which is no doubt the intent of the card, obviously. Right?
It has the cost, right?
Yeah.
Which I mean, in my mind, it kind of feels like, oh, I have to reveal that as a green card, and then I can pick up the life simultaneously.
Yes,
Seems
correct.
like the
But
idea.
that's the thing though. Like, how can I prove that I pay the cost, right?
Yeah.
So without, it's honestly, I think it's just very poorly written on how it
Yeah.
is. And if it just said,
Feels like it shouldn't have said a green card. It should have just said a card.
yeah, which, because I don't think it'd be too I don't know. There's probably a deck that abuses putting any card to the bottom of your deck because it's the Dragon Ball Super card game. We've been playing it for 6 years, but you can see immediately why this is a point of contention for how that card's written.
Interesting though that Jared just declined not to just do it again, right? Like if he has another Z energy, so he could have just played it, picked up a life, and then he would have like been able to awaken. Well, the problem is that he's still going like hand neutral. Whereas the assumption, I think, is that he thinks his opponent's going to start swinging this turn, just being at 4 energy, being on curve like this.
Yeah.
I gotta say that Giro is not doing him any favors, though, just sitting out now. That's another green card that is not really an offensive swing. He can just restand it. So, yeah, it looks like he's going to... Oh, maybe he's not going to swing with crit. Because he could go 10 crit here, right? Now that the situation's kind of already in place, now you could start applying pressure yourself.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So, yeah, it looks like he's going to decide to do it. He's going to pay... Oh, no, he's paying costs? Oh, he doesn't have any Z energy. He's going to swing lead. 120. Ugh, that's unfortunate. He basically is handing him that.
Yeah.
Life. He's gonna
So now he's at 6, so now he can awaken.
pay. Well, but it costs 2 Z energy to do the 4 cost. So I think he basically has to do the 21 and the Giro and then no energy for a 2 cost, right? Like, I think that's kind of the play. It's obviously not great in case Jared does have access to stuff, but maybe not. I mean, he might just be getting full power countered out of this turn here.
Yeah. So
hard to say.
Real last thing. So before we're going to get off the Giro, but last thing. So with how it's written, you can't prove that you can't pay the cost. So you can start paying the cost for the 1, and then since it's a hidden area, it's weird. So it's just bonk. It should just be, honestly, it should say, the bottom deck and green card shouldn't be part of the cost. It should just be part of the auto. It says after you take the life, you can place the green card to the bottom if you do draw 1. That should probably be, honestly, I could see that being functionally routed to that, but it's just, that being part of the cost is really weird.
Yeah. So
anyways,
he's thinking about playing a Z battle card himself, I think. So he swung with Giro just to make sure that the green was not used, right? It looks like. Nope. And then he's gonna leave it at 10. So he's deciding. I know he's got a super combo. hold on. Does his Eggman dice represent
6 or
one
1
on
1.
his?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, they're the new brand, and the reason why is because it was when I made the dice, it was so unison focused that I'd get to 6 markers and it'd show the egg, but then it wouldn't be. It looked like a 1, right? So I changed them on the next match to the egg is the 1.
Gotcha. Make sense to me. So, dude, Jared's deck is very high rarity.
Yeah, I mean he's been playing blue green for like 3 years, right? Like you pick up the pieces as you go.
I love the way those some of those older SPRs look. Set 8 SPRs with the 3 the extra art is really cool. Yeah. He's gonna go ahead and throw it in his Z energy. Right. Oh. Might be seeing a slight difference here. It's 20. Gonna let it go to drop area instead? Okay, sure. He's going to go ahead and spend some energy. Oh, he's just declining to play anything else. Interesting. Draw 1 and then place the super combo back.
That is interesting.
He's going to pay 1. Speed up maybe?
No,
Zamasu. See,
okay.
I did see this from him in his
Jared
deck
loves
list.
this card for the record.
He loves this card, and going over Aandroidd 17 is very, very strong in some matchups. And this is probably one of those matchups, right? Where 21 realistically does not have a way to out this card.
No.
You would have to play Kilof and company.
Yes.
Basically to rip off Indestructible, because you can't play the Trunks, right? Even if you meet that 8 cost condition pretty easy, because you can't pay 1.
Yeah, and like now that we're in a format that red's not around anymore, that Zamasu gets so much more.
It's just that he's really weak to the yellow, the ultimate duo from the yellow Vegeta decks. So yeah, this card is probably going to be putting in all of the work towards this matchup, but especially right, we saw that Joseph is on the the Aandroidd 18 super combos, which I think is really going to actually end up hurting him.
Yeah, because I mean, the BT neither. I'd say what would you say? Expert deck cycles way more and draws more, right? Than the regular one. Are they both just kind of low hand size, or?
I would say the beginning of the game, certainly the new 21 draws more cards, but then after you get like the process started with expert deck, I mean, you just go so crazy in terms of like, I'll use the Masu thing. It's gonna rip a bunch. I'm gonna draw 2 every turn and do whatever. Now, here's one interesting piece: is like this is a really high commitment here for this or for this 8 drop. When he's still at such high life total. Like if Jared like combos out of this one, which it looks like he's going to, right? It's like, right, if he uses Aandroidd 8 or Aandroidd 21, what's it called here? The promo, there it is. Place that and drop, add that to hand, then he puts down a different card, probably a Bad Omen maybe, or a maybe another key channeler. He's thinking. Can you tell what that card is?
I can't.
No, but he puts the super combo back, right? So like now he's out of that attack, and then if he like taking this upcoming double strike would be like fine, right? Like going to a slightly lower health total. It's probably fine for him to go to 3 here, unless he just wants to out combo again. Oh man, that is the 3rd super combo in rotation. I would love to see a better player alert. If he has the Roshi here.
Yeah, the Roshi to get you there, yeah.
The Roshi would go crazy. I did, I saw some stuff, but don't want to give it all away.
Not on round 4.
So yeah, he's still got the 5 life, so that isn't key channeler is still a check land. But Aandroidd 21 trading places, this is the kind of support card we need to see more of.
Yeah, it's very helpful, and like pretty much one of the big reasons that you can still play this older 21, right?
Okay, so I don't know if you see that, but I'm pretty sure new 21 has 4 cards in hand.
I do see that, which seems like a little bit high. I'm sure they'll go to 3 pretty soon.
That does not seem great. Gets out of the attack for free. Okay, that's going to help. But Jared is going to, like, pay... No way. If he's got the secret rare. No shot, though, right?
No, what do you mean?
Well, because it's only 3 cards, right? So he's only getting 1 back?
Yeah, but that's when the life is, what, 4 to now 6? It's totally worth it. To 4 board clear still? Totally worth it.
He doesn't have a way to kill energy, which he might have in other trading places in his hand. Do you go for full power counter here? No way, right? Yeah, this is looking really rough. And then swing again 40. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Jared is really taking control of this game. That Zamasu is just Zamasu plus like full usage is really put into play. 15. He basically has to combo out of this. Trading places. There we go. Picks up the super combo. Oh, it's Zamasu. Unison. Wait, that card's not foil. Jared,
yeah.
What are you doing?
Whoa, hold up.
Goodness, this is getting out of control really quickly. 20. Basically, oh, and he has to give him 2. He doesn't have a super combo or a ceaseless. Oh, this is really bad. And he's getting 2 energy back here too. The start of the main.
This might be a basic question. So if you self-control 21 on your opponent's turn, and then your next turn, do you get 2 energy back?
Yeah, you sure do.
Cool. All right, just making sure. Just make sure I was right.
Yeah.
Cool.
And real quick, do you know if there's any 2-cost blue-green cards that might be okay? Maybe there's one in his energy right now.
I can't think of any. I don't know.
Not off the top of your head, at least.
No. Maybe this Kusu card. I don't know. That seems okay. All right. Good. Good.
Yeah. So like this is like where, and imagine if Jared had played out as Zamasu at some point this game, he would have drawn like two extra cards from that.
Yeah.
Like it adds up very, very quickly.
And by Zamasu you mean the Unison, correct? Not
the Unison.
The Zamasu that's still essentially drawing 1 a turn.
Yeah. Which, especially in his deck, right, where the leader doesn't have an attack on draw, it's like it's not a big deal if you get full power countered after that Zamasu, because it's like, okay, so you lost 2, and then I still get to swing with my leader.
Yeah.
So he's gonna 21. He's gonna attempt to steal that one, and then he can't take Zamasu, so he's gonna get 1 health back. But the problem here is that now no protection. That is exactly what I was thinking.
Sorry, I didn't want to be like the kid who like tries to answer the teacher's question before.
No, you did it. No, I'm glad. It means that you're paying attention. It means you're going to win Gen Con next week.
Oh man, thank you. So
I think that's what you gotta.
I'm going to print the T-shirt already.
Gen Con winner,
2023 winner.
Okay, so this is tough. So he just got 17. I mean, Jared just takes this damage, right? Or does he? Oh, he has all of them.
Yeah, you just keep going, right? Like, why not? You bought the card. You got to play the
Place
card.
the Kusu. Add the super combo. Put down that, and then you place back another super combo. This is what Bandai is really not the biggest fan of, typically. But honestly, I think this is a really unique way to play the game and the deck. I'm really glad that a deck like this can exist.
I mean, not for nothing. He's simply still playing Aandroidd 16, right? Like, it's the same playstyle, more or less, right? It's hand destruction, playing a bunch of sticky cards, and now you don't have to worry about Boo Unison being at 1.
Yeah. Instead, you get to play Zamasu, who blocks twice and draws 2 cards.
Yeah, and you always have energy open. You always have reactions to your opponent, and if you're just always choosing the right reaction, you're just the best player.
I don't know what he's going to charge it. I mean, you could charge the defending friends just because. Ooh, I don't know. I feel like you just charge the defending friends and then just play another Zamasu in a bit, because like he's got what, like 4 cards in hand. Yeah, you're going to rip that whole thing this turn. I mean, you start 20, right? Let's say he full power counters here. He's going to spend both of those and 2 full power, and he's going to attempt to kill Secret Rare, presumably. Then you discard the 1. So he's got, what, 2 cards in hand?
Yeah, not a lot. Yeah, 2, 1, 2,
1?
2.
No, 2. Yeah. So, and Jared looks like he's got like 5-6. Not a lot, but enough that if he has like any, like he's actually only got like 4, but he's got 6 life, right? Like,
Yeah.
this 15k is gonna deal damage. And honestly, you know what? With him at such a low life total, if he pays 3 for a Vegito here, or not even a Vegito, you do the 21 and then you absorb the Vegito, right? You Z stack Vegito. I think that's the option here. And then he can gain triple strike, and then he can remove both of his battle cards.
Yeah. And then, triple strike just pressuring for game is pretty strong.
I wonder if that's what he's looking at doing right now. Because he could pay 1 for Key Channeler, get the discard, right?
He looks so upset. He's at like 6 life to 3, or to 2. Yeah, like it's...
Yeah. But it does. He's like, I'm really thinking about this as like the game is like you literally got like 4 cards total to his name.
Yeah.
And then 15
like,
here. This is.
I like hand destruction, obviously, and my mantra is always like, well, if they can't play, I can't. Like, they can't outplay me if they can't play, right? Like, if they have 0 options.
He just played Boo. Oh my goodness! And then he's gonna probably swing double strike here, right? But also Boo will still have to discard 1 and hit a Z energy, which I think he's willing to do here though for the double strike, right?
Yeah, because that just forces something out of his still 3 card hand now. Because this is for game, and if it goes in, then you just dump hand and you win. All right, D Magic, maybe taking the life. Nah, it doesn't. No. Yeah, you don't need to.
I don't think he could afford to, right? Because so I feel like. This is now he just passes, but he has the defending friends in his hand, so we know that he's got defending friends and Boo block.
Yeah, and
so
you get what, 2 energy back at the start of your opponent's main phase?
Did he? I think he used it.
Yeah. Cool. Welcome back to Gamma. 3 energy standing.
Well, hey, Gamma wouldn't always necessarily have that.
That's true. Sometimes you want to draw the card and only have 2 cards.
Yeah. Well, Gamma wouldn't have a green energy is the thing, right?
Yeah,
so he's gonna
that's true.
Block with Boo, or no? Did we not officially pass? Yeah, no. Total Audacity. So he
only restand mono blue though.
It's not. Yeah, Boo only restands mono blue energy.
But I think it was from Leader's effect that he got the restand, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he got the 1 restand.
Yeah. So since everything else is blue green, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Boo is probably just going to -1 remove the secret rare here.
All right, and sure, another defending friends.
We did know he had it, and then Boo, you can either remove Total Audacity or the secret rare.
Yeah.
I mean, even at just like 3 cards in hand, Jared is in just full control with 21. I mean, right? So like, what does he swing at here? It's like, oh boy, I can give him from 6 to 5.
Mm-hmm. And then give him more cards to help beat me up next turn, like. And then
yeah,
Zamasi is coming, and like.
Yeah. This is rough. I mean, honestly, I thought that 21 was dead 2 turns ago, but he's been hanging on. So there is a world, right? It looks like he's got like 6 cards in hand. Looks like he skipped charge maybe, like 5 or 6 there. So it's not impossible because Jared did blow through his 21s, both the trading places, and then he's had at least 3 super combos in rotation, right? He went through his cards kind of quick. Just depends maybe on how many Roshis he's got in his hand. If he manages to find that 4th regular super combo. See what the pace is. He chose to skip charge. Okay. Swings Zamasu. I mean, you just, pay the 3 blue and then 1 green, right?
Yeah.
For a full power counter here. No full power counter, and he's going to make it 30. That is big.
Yeah, it's very mean. 4 in hand.
4 cards.
So what? You can... Again, this is a thing where I think Joseph's playing the pretty much only Aandroidd 18 super combos, right? The discard ones.
Yep. So he can't even like draw his way out into
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, Jared will easily bomb deck a card instead of, he'd want that for sure.
So I mean, if he combos his board and then gives one card, he's out, right? They'll pay one for the full power here.
Um.
I feel like you got to do. Oh, okay. Draw a card.
Just to draw a card, and then you can combo it off afterwards too if you want.
25. Then where are you at? 25. I don't know about keeping these cards on board. That's what I'd be worried about, right? Because now he could, in theory, right here, you're at 2. He could just play the Aandroidd 21 Z battle card for 2 or for 4, and then get rid of both of your cards while gaining double strike from one of them.
All right. Well, Majin Buu's going. Oh no! Oh, it's
that'll do it. As it turns out, 0 cards in hand. That is 40. He has 35 combo power on his board.
Yeah.
That is the end of the game.
It's easy to fist bump your opponent when they have no cards in hand. That's all I'm saying. Like
they ain't got nothing to put down.
Yeah, nothing. You just go for it.
I mean, we can talk about these decks a little bit. We obviously just saw 21 and kind of the new piece, but TrunksGeta is just the deck that this might be, like, as I was actually talking about this the other day, this might be the longest lasting tier 1 deck like the game has ever seen.
Yeah.
We are now at 5 full sets, right? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 6 sets where it has been tier 1 since the day it was printed.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, Gamma got away, but Gamma was printed afterwards. Crimson was printed at the same time, but it wasn't as good, but now it's super good and it was banned. Maybe Soul Striker ? Kind of.
But Soul Striker kind of like fell off in like the mid teens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I would agree. This guy is probably one of the
like all the other decks, like you said, right? Like the Crimson, it had its time and then it kind of fell off and then it became the best deck. But TrunksGeta, from day one, we knew that like this was the new hotness.
Yeah, it's been topping a whole lot. If you ended up getting one of those worlds later, you were able to flex it for a long time. Probably one of the better investments, right?
Yeah.
But
top 16 at the last match, right?
And I think it's
silver card.
I think it's what is the second best yellow Saiyan leader? I guess we have SS Vegeta, right? That's been good, and we've been seeing some of like the SS Vegito deck, but just from value and
hot take. Monkey is still
Monkey. That's true. That is a yellow.
But
Saiyan.
Nobody's playing it because it's harder. I think a little bit.
It is a little tough. But yeah, just they've been just printing a lot of, I would say, generic support for yellow Saiyan stuff, and so like Trunks like, yeah, I'm still one of those.
I mean, it's a Vegeta on the back, right? Like that's the key part, is that you get access to the Majin Vegeta cards. You get access to Kibito Kai.
Yeah. And
and then they directly supported TrunksGeta with the double name and Vegito Evolve.
Yeah.
Not that people are playing the Vegito Evolve.
And I think we also have Golden Frieza, and Golden Frieza I don't think has been consistently topping. It's definitely the oldest leader that is relevant right now, right? But it's kind of comes and goes, but it has been on quite the wave since pretty much this whole year. Pretty much almost.
I think the turning point, right? So, back when I first made Golden, it was like, basically after Box of 2020 or something like that.
Yeah.
But Golden is kind of fell off when the red decks became really good until we got Vegito in set 20. Then it could compete again. But I mean, we're seeing here TrunksGeta is just doing its thing, right? Like peak consistency. 8 cards that you get to start the game with, and you could use Bulma to be even more consistent.
Now, have you ever been in a situation where you don't see either piece? I'm asking because I have, yeah, and it's
pretty tough. It's one of those like
100
most
games,
decks are like, I don't want to -1, so I do it. In this deck, it's like no, you like just start so far behind.
You do.
Like, definitely a very weird definitely a very weird deck here. But I mean, Android 21 already awakened on turn 2. That definitely makes it a little easier on TrunksGeta's part. So he's comboing Pan or giving him Pan? I can't really tell. Comboed it, I think.
It looks like comboing, yeah. Yeah, Pan's also a fun... Oh, no, it looks like he gave it to him because there's the face down card.
Yep. Okay, so he used Total Audacity. Wait a second. Oh, and he paid the blue. Okay, I see. So, I mean, this is still pretty tough, right? Like, you just get to use their whole board, which is really strong. And then you just pass, right? Yeah, you don't want to give him those cards yet.
Yeah, I'm at 5.
So, one thing you can see in his energy right now, TrunksGeta does have access to Ultimate Duo once you flip over.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be really strong.
Yeah, they gave I still, this is another card where I'm like, I can't believe they printed this. Like, even if I told myself like a year ago, like, hey, watch out for this card, it's just like, okay, but it's just good value. It's like, this card's not like the most broken card. Like, what?
Negate skills of cards on a 1 cost is really wild.
And then just casually a 20k double strike, like
for yellow Gokus and Vegetas, which is a little more restrictive, but we happen to be living in a time where 3.5 of the best yellow decks are Gokus or Vegetas.
Yeah, which, I mean,
you can play it in Monkey too after you Z Awaken, by the way, if you want to. You're never going to do that, but
Z Awaken, yeah, okay,
but
like,
you could.
And it also has the World Tournament tag when you Z Awaken, so you can do silly stuff like that. But I don't recommend it.
But this 21 just tapped out. This might be a little scary if they like if TrunksGeta goes full off, right? If they go leader double strike, looks like we're losing some signal here, and then we go leader double strike, ultimate duo for a double strike, and then swing with the 19k Trunks. Like, that could be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and like, this deck I think pretty much is relevant because you not only get out this Trunks, but you get advantage by going into this Trunks, right? Like, just the fact that, like, if the actual engine was kind of bad, then it wouldn't be played, but just the fact that the cards that you are rewarded for going into are still very good means that it's just a fantastic deck.
I mean, it has aged incredibly well, right? Like, Trunks, even today, if you go first against Green Gohan, they basically can't play Vegeta first. They have to play something else because the Vegeta, you would tap it. And so you're going to play a clone token to his board. Okay, so I think that might have been maybe the only misplay so far is you kind of needed to combo away the Pan here because you're not going to get another opportunity, right? If he had like Xenode or something, to pick up energy, like, he might not have been able to combo it away. Yep. You probably can't afford to blow the double strike, but you can definitely at least combo Pan and force another 10k, right? Yeah, or another 5k.
Let's see, and I'm quickly typing out the lists that are currently undefeated right now. So I'll have that in just a second.
You have another ultimate duo. There it is. He's going to go ahead and KO the thing and then go for a solid double strike hit here. He just basically removed 3 of the energy that 21 was going to have access to next turn. That is really big. 25 double. Yeah. Or several, like, multiple cards out of hand. Probably a ceaseless. Oh, no. Android 8. We talked about this earlier in a different match where some 21s have decided to go back to certain skills, but Android 8 over Android 18 Bionic Blitz, I think, is the right call when you can draw into 0-10s like Ceaseless Despair.
Yeah.
Or other options because you're blue.
Yeah. And real quick, right now we have 11 undefeateds. We have 2 of the new 21s, 2 of the green Super Saiyan 2 Gohans, 1 Super Saiyan 2 Trunks Reboot, 1 Super Saiyan God Trunks, 1 Father Son that we see here, an Expert Deck 21, a BT2 Vegito, the new Blue Baby, and the Super Saiyan Vegeta from the starter deck.
Man, it's like it's a very solidly diverse, right? Only 2 at most of any specific one.
Mm-hmm. No, there is some argument that if we kind of boil it down to kind of Core's ideas and themes, yeah, right? There's Android 21, there's Gohan, there's Yellow, and you know what?
I would say Expert Deck 21 is really different still, though.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, there's even within the colors, there's variety.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's just one of the things that really makes this this game stand out, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, we're seeing a pretty solid double strike swing here with Total Audacity. Interesting that he's swinging with the Total Audacity to try to put him from 6 to 4 rather than trying to go for like a 5 to 2. But looks like he swung into the 19K. It looks like actually. Need a skill draw, and he's going to restand some amount of cards. The pan that he gave him plus some tokens. He's going to tap all 4. No to Total Audacity. Yep, draw 2.
And another double strike, 20K.
Another 20 into the Trunks. I think that's really all he wants to do is get rid of this Trunks, so that way when he plays Ceaseless, that it like goes off kind of safely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so was able to get rid of it.
Then you swing. Do you swing lead to lead, or do you try to go for a bigger push turn? Right? I don't know. But now it feels like it's 20. Like we really needed to apply 2 damage on that last turn when he was tapped out and stuff, and I really feel like that might be a little tough here.
This one's
All right, and ooh, okay.
Black Mass Sand.
That prevents you from playing the 1-drop for free, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's good, right? It's certainly not like an incredibly wrong decision. It's just one of those like, is that the best thing we could have
spent our
done
energy
there?
Yeah.
So he's gonna ramp another one. He's gonna remove Ultimate Duo. Yeah. So if he's going to use that card, yep, so you basically get to discard the Goku and Vegeta, and then you can tap any battle card 2 and less, or a Unison 2 or less. Which is great that you could just like swing into it. Now if he's got like if he's got another Ultimate Duo, or he's got like if he's got Vegeta, it gets around Black Mass Saiyan too, the servant one. I don't know, but it feels like you probably can't afford to put real attacks into it. It feels like you would need removal specifically, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, and
so he's spending token, pan, the Z battle card, and a green on a full power counter.
Yeah.
I feel like that's actually not that bad. So because he still has his leader swing, which he could then make into like a 25 or 35 double strike. 9 cards in hand. TrunksGeta is probably about the same. Yeah, because right, like the lead swing doesn't actually cost anything here. You can go ahead and draw, and then rip the double strike and maybe put 5K extra behind it, or just leave it at that, and or it's a 10K and another card. Nope, she's gonna leave it at 15. Does he have? He doesn't have Riposte online either.
No, I don't think so. No, because you have no option cards in your energy right now, and I don't think there's any in the drop even.
Well, we've lost him to Digimon, folks. You just called it an option card.
Dang it! I was so close. I had a pause, and like the spinner was like option extra. I've called it life whole game, and I haven't said counter out of hand like it is in One Piece, which is just the word. I wish it was combo. They could have combo.
Yep. So he's going to go ahead and play the Vegeta. The Vegeta gets around Black Mass Saiyan here because Vegeta on board is a 25K. So Black Mass Saiyan does not see that. I I don't know. I feel like swinging to kill Black Mass Saiyan might have been the right move there because now you're gonna have to switch it to rest mode again somehow.
Yeah,
Vegeta here specifically, right, is not even like Vegeta's gonna get tapped by 21 and then be tapped for the rest of the game. Yeah, right. You paid 1 to cycle a card.
That's not great. I mean, for what it is, yeah.
Does he have 7 energy, 6 energy?
Looks like 6, and then technically 2 more, right? So
he can do anything.
Anything.
I think that's anything.
I think, yeah. The world, he can do anything.
Well, not only 2 more, he's got not only his opponent's 2, but he's also got his own 2 blue.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
because you can use the Z battle cards. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. So you got like 10 energy. My bad.
So, I mean, I think you can just like push face here. I mean, right on his board alone, right? He's got 3 double strikes. Now, if TrunksGeta has a Black Kamehameha here, that would go crazy. But he didn't. Another 20 double. He can super combo out of this now, at least. But I don't know if this is going to be enough.
Yeah, I don't like what he's at 4 life right now.
The 4 life now, yeah. So he just comboed the Vegeta, which I think makes sense, and then another 5k. But I mean, his hand is just dwindling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right? He didn't.
Yeah. Trunks is really known for having like that hand advantage early. So like you do get to be a little bit greedy and get for that. And do you think you have to be careful of the Piccolo secret rare, right? And probably trying to get swings that are obnoxious where you feel like you're wasting the Piccolo secret rare by using it to get out of it, but Art simply doesn't have it.
He just went to 2.
They sure did. I saw it.
Well, I mean, you can't afford to Ceaseless Despair here, right? Because if he responds with Sin or like Final Flash, then it becomes a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, realistically, he's just down. He just has no energy, right? Like even next turn, because he doesn't have any cards set up on his board, it's not like he's like ready to fuse. He has to remove this Black Mass Saiyan to be able to get the draw back into the game. This is really getting out of control fast, and there is 2 for a hit.
And you can, I mean, you could have paid like the full thing for hit, right? Imagine just unawakening your opponent's leader right now.
Hit actually is only a -1 for that effect, by the way.
Yeah.
But against TrunksGeta specifically, you wouldn't really want to do that because they could just use the activate main to tuck Vegeta.
Oh, that's true. For this one, you're right. Yeah. That's on me.
But for most decks, yes, that would actually go kind of that'd be really bad in this one, right? Because then he gets another double strike effect.
I mean, already just being a 10k, yeah. Sorry, what I meant was like pay the 4, meaning 2 for his effect and then 2 for the -1. But yes.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, a unison that just draws a bunch, right?
Yeah, you can't be wrong. That's like the same thing on like the Bardock for green is where, sure, you can do a 2 energy investment and it's really obnoxious. But then if you want to spend like the entire 4, you still have a 20k triple strike, which is sometimes enough if you just need more swings than bigger swings.
He's going to use the pan and the 1, and then 2. Is he going to do another one? No, he's playing. I think he's playing the big lady, Ceaseless. All right, this is your chance.
Yeah.
If you have Sin right here, you can make the comeback next turn and push for game while he's tapped out. But you have to Sin right now.
Thinking? Nope. Maybe? No, I don't think so.
Yep, and then you don't even swing with it because you don't want to run into a potential Final Flash or what's the word? Release Smeagol? That's what it is.
Yeah, but you get 5 energy back is pretty good. You still have, honestly, a pretty healthy hand size. You have like no room and board to play anything else, but there we go. And that Mass Saiyan is still there to just ruin your day.
Yeah, and it looks like he's already used, 2 Goku Piccolo or 2 Goku Vegetas. So how many more of those could he possibly have, right? That's already like the second best Vegeta target.
Mm-hmm.
So like I imagine he's probably not playing more than 1 or 2, which we've seen 2.
And he's what? Is that 1 life right now?
He is at 1 life, which could just be a bad omen next turn.
Yes.
If he manages to find it, right?
All right, and there is the floodgate.
And you like, I mean, I guess if he T-blows here, he can turn off Mass Saiyan.
Cooler, but then you have to reboot Mass Saiyan again. Do you have to discard cards?
No, it's non-keyword, so you're not going to discard from it. So he'll draw 1 from that. He'll draw 1 from his leader swing, and then he'll go ahead and rip double strike and go secret rare. Right?
Maybe?
Like that kind of has to be. He doesn't have to discard. It's non-keyword.
He played it with counter. But so that's with a keyword skill. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, they're messing up their game state.
How so?
Because it's non-keyword skill for Black Mass Saiyan.
Is counter attack a keyword skill?
Yeah. Keyword. Yeah, I mean, I'm hitting up Robert. We'll see if he, he's our table judge for stream. We'll see if he is going to step in. But I mean, at this point now, they've like discarded 4 cards and drawn, and that's a lot of mess. That's a lot of game state.
Or was it the 8-drop?
So like
20? Oh no, it might have been something else. Was it the 8-drop 21?
Oh, yep, that's what it is.
Yeah. Okay, it's off the 21. So it's still like it's discard 2 either way. Yeah, that's our bad.
Sorry. So 2 off of 21, not off of that, which still triggered Gohan. Gohan then triggered Black Mass Saiyan, and that's what did it. Okay. That makes a lot of sense then.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's from the 21 effect. Yeah. So okay, here's how it went down. So cooler counterattack, Aandroidd 21 that we see on the screen there. That makes a discard 2. Discard the Gohan, play the Gohan from its own effect, and then BMS saw, you played that off an auto, so you have to discard 2.
Yeah, this is, I mean, like, right, so maybe he's just digging for, he's just got to be digging for secret rare, right? He's just
right?
like,
yeah.
My only chance is like secret rare into Oolong.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
But like at this point, right? I mean, he's got 4 energy up. Like he could still just counterattack again. You rip the double strike. This is what, 45 double. I don't know about the comboing the cooler there, but I understand.
Yeah,
you got to combo the pan. You got to combo the pan. Ooh, that might be a misplay because that blue being out there is dangerous.
It is, yeah. All right, now what? Unless you think he's going to swing with the pan? All right, no. All right, so Majin Buu there.
The 2. And he's just hoping that no negates.
Yeah, because if there's a negate at this point, then...
I mean, that might be playing to his out, right? Like, that's his idea.
This, I think,
or
also...
double strike, which, I mean, that could be fine, but that's assuming that this 30 goes through, right? Like, the 30 goes through, and then you overwhelm, and then...
Well, you can still 30. You play Piccolo, you secret rare out, so you have a big swing.
but no combos. So
Oh, so you can just get out of it. Okay, which she does. Yeah, and then just packs up. Yeah, no secret rare in sight.
He was playing into the out, which, this might be that's like a really strong thing that Nicola did. Obviously, it looked like he was like, poor at the end, but I think that was actually really intelligent play. Just because sometimes if you're in a corner and you're in a bad spot and there's only like why play for oh man, I hope I manage to live next turn when obviously you're not going to. If instead he plays to his out, which is, well, if my opponent doesn't have a negate for my double strike, then I win. Despite best efforts, you can't just make it till you or fake it till you make it. You got to really actually make it the whole way through.
You do. So so we do have 6 undefeateds left, which means that after this round we'll have 3, and then one of those will be pared down. If they lose, we're done with 7 rounds, and if they win, we go to an 8th round with them in the final. So that's kind of the idea there. And looks like we have Trunks going first and using their effect.
Yep. Trunks, once again, right, is just one of the kings of consistency, where you just have to warp any card out of your hand, draw 2, and then if you warp one of the many good cards, you can hit it. So, right, ideally that actually would have been a Gohan over Goten, but like, oh no, he still hit 2 Saiyans, both of which can be played out of the warp, and his Unison. So he's starting off pretty strong here.
Yeah, and we saw this leader before, and yeah, just being more flexible with how you play your Unison, how you get it out, and everything has I think been the kind of consistency point that this deck was missing, and it now finally has.
Being able to pay 1 to get 2 markers it's a consistency booster, but it's also just like this really high value. Like, how are you supposed to efficiently deal with a Unison that comes down with 3 or 4 markers that they paid 1 for, right?
Yeah, that will easily get more markers and help sustain and just get your spirit boost stuff off.
Brian showing immediately the power of the turn 1 of Gohan. Did you know that it finds any Green Saiyan?
Yes.
Super combos and secret rares. And
anything.
Just any Green Saiyan. Pretty solid. Not bad. Paragus, right? Basically considered the best super combo in the game since printing.
Yeah.
So it's very, very strong. We're going to go ahead and see a turn 1 tuck of Trunks or Vegeta, getting the other into the time chamber. We've always talked several times about thematics, and it's just nice that these boys are going to go train in and have some father-son bonding time, and we'll see them in a little bit ready to take on Imperfect Cell or something along those lines. So basically from here we should see a pass, and then Trunks's game was really going to start. The role on how this Unison works out is probably going to be what defines the rest of this game.
All right, going into rest. There's this charging the Unison there, then leader effect.
Well, notably there, he did not warp the 1 cost, right? Really needed that. Hopefully he hits it here.
Not yet.
Not there. That is going to be a little tough here, right? Because now he's basically playing an entire turn behind from where he would want to be. So he probably has to pass here and have Petrification ready to go for this Vegeta.
Yeah, Petrification on this Vegeta, though, feels really dirty. Being able to just, like,
really does.
Get that stuck, have Trunks stuck in the underneath the field card means that you can't put anything else in it.
Petrification is one of those cards, right? That's a set 9 card that has, like, really in recent time, just every once in a while, you're like, oh, this card's pretty good. But this format, this card feels incredible. Stopping Sin from going off, stopping UR number 1 cards from going off. So obviously this Vegeta here, if he's got it, let's see if he's... Does he have it?
No, it does not. Unfortunately, it does not. Yeah.
So, right, like here, if he had Petrification, he would stop that auto, and Gohan would basically be a full turn behind in terms of traits. But going first here, sometimes you do just get slightly worse starts, and that can be all it takes.
Now...
Not to say that he's out of it, though, because he can still this deck sure do play a lot of big dudes for very, very cheap.
Yeah, there's always another swing, it feels like.
Yeah.
And I will say, like, not to give a, we've seen it on stream, but obviously there's a lot of pressure that Gohan can admit, but like I'd say Brian's build is a little less focused on that. It's more kind of value, a little bit maybe slower for more disruption kind of ideas. So,
you know, especially like we'll hopefully eventually we'll get to see it, but there's some really old cards in there that you're like, really? And then you're like, oh wait, no, actually it makes perfect sense. So we're gonna see here probably the pay one. Yep, he's gonna go ahead and play the Z Battle card Son Goku. This card is nuts. He will go ahead and KO up to a 3 or less. Out of your hand, you can go ahead and tuck a Gohan or Goku, switching the hyperbolic time chamber to rest. And when they go underneath, they put the other one under, just like the Trunks and Vegeta. This card, very, very good. It is an entire playmaker.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you're an opener that just happens to be in your Z deck has been time and time again very, very strong.
Hey, did you notice that it's a 10,000 power?
I did. Instead of a 5,000 for some reason. Yeah, I super did. I think everyone else has noticed that.
Because he can attack and then he can combo this Vegeta and that's a 15 and I think that's there it goes.
Yep.
I don't want to say I'm psychic, but you know.
Yep, and also the Gohan is a 15 as well because guess what? You have that Gohan underneath the hyperbolic. Just very good cards doing very good things.
Ryan decides to pass with the 1-up. I think that's the wise thing to do, right? As he's been picking down his own life a little bit. Trunks can really turn this game around. We just saw he warped the Supreme Kai here. So he's got 4 energy to play with, which is a whole lot when you take into account everything.
Yep, and deciding to charge past turn 2 as well because 3 energy on your opponent's side of the board is very good for green because you get a lot of good effects off now.
And that was 2 really good cards in the warp and 1 card that you're totally fine with having in the warp. And he's got the 5 Saiyans, so he's going to go ahead and awaken 1/1 here.
Yes.
And his hand is getting big. And then his leader is not. This is one of the things that I think really helps define good leaders and bad leaders, right? Maybe not necessarily inherently bad, but definitely hindered is a leader that has an activate main for drawing on one side and then the auto to attack on the other.
Yeah.
Where you can basically get both sets of draws, regardless of you know.
Yeah. And usually those leaders are untap 1, draw 1, so it really just turns into draw 2, untap 1, which is great value.
And look at that, right? So he just went ahead and played out a dual attack 20k that drew him a card and played another marker on his unison. Extremely strong. There's a lot of pressure coming. There's a lot of upcoming and incoming pressure here. So I totally expect Brian to consider uneasing even when the time comes, right? Like, I mean, this turn he's got lead swing, unison swing, dual attack 20. He's got the Xeno Evolve for 1, and then he could always overwhelm again as well. Yep, that's the one. Power Unleashed. This card, basically you can play it from your warp if you have a lot of cards over there. I think 8 for 2 black. And then when he attacks, he actually moves 3 cards from your warp to your drop, which fuels Overwhelm.
Yeah, and there's also the Kai that whenever you play a card from your warp, I believe?
The Unison.
Yeah, Unison
says when you play a card from your warp, draw 1 and add a marker to it.
Yeah, so it technically has like 2
good.
+1s on it, so you can, and that's technically both turns. So there are like some cards you can play in your opponent's. I can only think of one at the top of my head, but you can get on your opponent's turn too.
He's adding the Dabura back to his hand, so if his opponent goes for something next turn, he's in a pickle. But we also just very briefly we saw that Pan floodgate get shown off there, so He's going to go ahead and decide to do the negate. It draws a card, but he is not doing the floodgate effect.
Yeah, so thinking that, rightfully so, that was the last attack of the game. That card does have limit 1, so they can be stuck in your hand if you're not careful about it. So,
I mean, one thing that I think is really interesting there is that if Jesus wanted to, he could have done the Xeno Evolve into the 8 cost just to put that triple strike pressure down, right?
mm-hmm.
Even if he was in a position where, hey, I'm not really feeling comfortable enough to really go off in terms of like defense. I mean, he's still at 6 life, right? If he's got like 2 token negates, he would generally be fine.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to deal with the burn from the 8 cost. And his opponent still only has 4 energy, which is a lot. But since he's not playing black, right, he doesn't have quite as much flexibility for free plays. Hey, that's a Green Saiyan. That's and someone even say the Green Saiyan. The Green Saiyan of all time, if you will.
Yes, it is. I'm literally just reading it too, just make sure. So,
better confirm that Son Goku Piece of Evolution is a Saiyan. I'm not quite sure.
I mean, are you still a Saiyan after you die? Like, I don't.
Yeah, how does that work?
How does that work?
Please let us know. And so, I mean, I see King Kai. Kai is a god, personally. That's what I see. And man, he is in a really strong position here. So he has swung, he gets to draw, and then he gets to go for his additional plus, where basically he's going to go ahead and combo a card, and then he gets to bottom 1 to draw 2 on the backside of his leader. So this Unison package looks like it's been a little slower than maybe it could have been, right? Mm-hmm. Because coming out this turn means that he can play his package, but then he's kind of in a tough spot in terms of defensive energy, or he's not applying as much offensive pressure. It was a 24K. Honestly, if he petrifies this Goku, that could be okay. But I don't think you can afford to when the 8-drop is still online.
Well, assigned to attack with it. All right. Countering out
combo.
Super combo.
That super combo is just 2 of a kind. There's this Goten and a Supreme Kai that both say when you have 5 or more cards in your warp, you can draw 1. And then she gains 10,000 combo power because she's an oldie. But Goten here is a base 10,000. But Bardock, you're familiar with green cards.
I
want to enlighten that auto on what just happened there?
Yeah, he tried a combo, and guess what? Bardock said, "No, grandson. Get out of here."
No.
Respect your elders.
Gonna pay 1 for the Z battle. I mean, do you swing with maybe Bardock into the, or the Bardock could have maybe swung into.
I'm trying to find. I swear I brought that Bardock up.
How did he discard it? Oh, I see. The Bardock can KO the 1 cost, and then he discarded 1, and then he played the Dabura out. Oh, interesting. Okay, so there's another use for Bardock for us. You can use it to KO your Goku 1-drops and the Linger and the Aandroidd 16 1-drop.
Yeah, and it doesn't care if it hits the drop area.
It's just if you
KO it, right? So yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm putting those in my deck. I've decided.
That's a big Hayden card, if we will.
You don't know, like this card is permanently sleeved for me. Like just like all those Aandroidd 18s or sleeved for Jared Lopez, this card is in a sleeve right now, guaranteed, ready to be played again.
It is it's definitely probably my favorite green unison outright. If not next to like Metacooler. It's just, it feels so good when it's actually like cycling and perfect.
Yeah.
And it also, right, importantly in this kind of matchup, that was the exact card I was about to mention. Brian Reed is going for Dormant Potential. which is such right. It doesn't inherently negate that first attack.
No.
But compared to Cecil uneasing, right? Uneasing isn't necessarily going to prevent you from dying if your opponent's ahead.
Yeah.
But Dormant literally puts a number of attacks on them, so if you can negate the rest of them, then you're fine.
Yeah, and with and then uneasing is like the second swing, you just get a free draw. Like it's literally what he's doing. Perfect. All right, we've done it.
I can't, dude. I think we might get called and burned at the stake soon. We're about to start getting. We're getting a little too on the money.
Yeah. All right, Brian. This is. Oh, sorry, wrong voice comms. Whoops.
Oh man. So and then we see Brian, perfect judge as he is, waits to draw the card until after his opponent has resolved his draw into warp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So autos for comboing still go off, but then they leave the combo area, so their combo power doesn't get added. Essentially, is how that works. So when he used the super combo, Bardock took it away. The auto still resolves, but then it's not in the combo area, so it still doesn't get added.
So Jesus basically deciding to wall up here. He's going to go ahead and play out 2 different Gohan blockers, which I think is probably the right call. I do wonder, though, right, with this specific situation, Brian is kind of in a position to kill both of them, right?
Yes.
Goku, he can place and drop to remove, to play Gohan, draw a card, and then the Gohan will KO a blocker.
Yeah. Now, I will say, like, investing 2 energy to get this unison out is a little hefty, but even when I was playtesting it, there's so many times where I have a play that cost 1, and then I have like 1 energy to do nothing with, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't dislike the addition of this. I think there's some potential for it,
especially on turn 2, right? If you decide to not play the if you're just like picking up life and you decide not to go for the package out of the time chamber, not a big deal.
Or even like you play the 1-drop Goku, use the effect, put underneath awaken, and then you get to like get rid of it. Like I don't know. There's ways to use it, which I think is nice.
So it sounds like we have obscene amounts of cards in hand. Brian, I think, just counted to like 14.
That looked about 14, yeah.
And Trunks has 17. I don't know what happened, but everybody's got way too many cards in their hands.
Yeah, I'm just like a lowly One Piece player. Any number of cards besides out of 8 is just intimidating.
Yeah. So he's gonna pan Floodgate. Does Brian have a response? We could see maybe a no. Nothing. No response. I was gonna say focus breakthrough. He's got a unison, right? So he could play like Dark Death Ball, discarding cards. But basically, this pan here is a really big floodgate for this turn. It's not going to end the turn, but it will definitely slow Brian down.
Yeah, and it prevents battle card swings, which is nice to run the unison. When I was doing some playtesting with this, and they played pan, I'm like, well, my turn's over. That sucks. But like being able to use
even
this,
like a Aandroidd 17, right?
Yeah.
Like now you just get to go. Well, at least I get one additional attack out of this.
Yeah.
Then he's going to go double strike with his leader. He's going to block. See, I feel like right there he could have just gone like activate main of Hyperbolic, played out Gohan, popped it, and then swung with his leader.
Yeah.
It just has too many cards in hand right now for this to even keep up. And like Brian's gonna run out of floodgates. I mean, we've already seen him use 2 uneasings and a dormant. So
yeah, so they're gonna
right.
Yeah, probably close to half, if not more, at this point.
Yeah. So we're gonna place the Goku and drop just to play out the Gohan. So draw 1, and then Gohan's gonna KO the Trunks. Good call.
By the way, the Aandroidd 16 is whenever it would leave field, right?
Yes. Or it might actually say when this card is KO'd. And since
no, and this card would leave your field, leave your battle area, literally any effect. So you could play the 1-drop Final Wish, use Bardock effect to pop it. Not that that card has any trouble getting popped, I guess, but use it for like a -1 and then go to your Z leader as well, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, well, it was very useful, right? Is that this deck typically, it's great that you can get the front into the backside effect with Gohan consistently, but you can't really do the backside into the Z leader draw, right?
Sure.
But, when you play Bardock, it allows you to do so. It facilitates that exact combo where, all right, well, I'll get my leader's combo effect, and then also I'll do my activate main on my leader, on my Z leader.
I think the only issue that I have with this deck is getting a 10-drop Goku into my drop area. But like once you go into the Z leader, yeah, you can just discard it for free and then get the effect.
Yeah. But I mean, against black, right, it's kind of hard to commit to that just with the fact that, well, hey, what's going to happen if you don't?
Yeah.
Right, you go petrification and then you use 2 energy to do nothing. And that's a really, really tough spot to be in. Black Trunks just has so many resources right now. The amount of cards in hand, the board state is like not there. But in this turn, realistically, I think it's very fair to assume that we're going to see no less than 6 attacks unless he's floodgated out. I'm going to go ahead and plus on the unison there. We will see the Awaken for a Spirit Boost immediately. And then we go... So, I mean, I think he's preparing for Dormant, right? Because Dormant doesn't inherently stop that first attack.
Nope. It will pop this pan, though. Right? If you Dormant can pop the pan. So there might be some thoughts
Dormant
about that.
pop the pan, and I'm thinking about the Trunks Z leader, the Spirit
Boost. I'm always thinking about maximum Dormant value. Always.
Always. Remember when they had to print a whole new card for Token Toa?
Yeah.
And it still doesn't beat Secret ID.
No.
So
they remove Secret ID and the deck still didn't work? That's crazy.
Yeah, they were like, no, actually, it's fine to come back.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Secret ID is a little crazy. So he's going to go ahead and use the Z leader here, putting cards back, warping. Really strong stuff, honestly.
It looks like there's a just reading a card or such.
Yeah, I think he's putting this double strike in because look, as though if he's going for a Dormant. But if he manages right, he's gonna, let's see if Brian declares. Did he just discard Dormant with Dormant?
I think he did, yeah. And he got that pan. We got there. Yes.
That man is brave.
Max value.
Isn't that like most of his floodgates? That's 6 of them.
I think 5 or 6 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 Dormants and 2 Uneasings.
Yeah, assuming, maximum of 4, right?
So he just put the attack into Bardock. He didn't even put it into his face. Huh. I wonder if he thinks that Gohan will just run out of steam, whereas Trunks is kind of an infinite resource loop because of where it plays on cards from. One for Bardock the Tenacious. That's pretty good. For those unaware, Bardock the Tenacious is a Overwhelm 6 for 1 black. And it basically says when it's played by Overwhelm, your opponent can only attack with battle cards once during their next turn, and then you can't play Bardock again in the next turn. So you can't follow up Bardock with Bardock, but even then, buying every other turn, very strong effect.
Yeah, I remember when this card got released, like 2+ years ago. Everyone's like, "Oh, this is busted. This is auto include," and then it never really took off. I think it's been getting
Unisons were around, and like, if you were playing a black deck, you were probably trying to kill them right away. So spending 1 on an Overwhelm probably wasn't worth it. But times are shifting.
Yeah,
I am a little curious on that attack, though. I feel like he could have instead swung with because he was going to kill Bardock, right? He could swing with his Unison and then combo the Tenacious to build a Z energy.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's just me, right? If you're just
but
going to swing at Bardock
You
anyway.
can't combo because Bardock gets it out of the combo
Oh,
area.
true.
I would love
so
to see
true,
that.
bestie. You're so true, bestie. I can't believe you're smarter than me.
It's green on the table. This is my one time, all right?
This is his time to
This is my
shine.
time.
These are literally my 2 least played. No, I play green more than red.
But I don't like green when it's bad, so when it's good, I don't know how to feel about it.
So even after all this, Gohan is still sitting at 10 cards in hand, Trunks at 17.
You think it's only 10?
So even after turns where they're just like throwing cards at each other.
Yeah, and you know he had to have another Bardock.
Yeah. Go ahead and
Plus
uptick it immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still got his leader skill to draw to. He's got Z energy, so he maybe could Frieza here.
You could Frieza. You could play the 1-drop Goku again, and then you could fill up your field card, and then what else? And then you get another 1-drops that you can pop their cards with. Because you can attack with Vegeta here, and then you can play the 1-drop, attack, combo the Vegeta away.
No. Vegeta can only be comboed the turn it's played.
Oh, that's right.
But also he got Bardocked.
That's true. That's true.
That is kind of a problem. Gets rid of Secret ID.
Yeah. I wonder if he was thinking about just playing the 4 for Bardock, because Bardock could have been a 20k triple attack for 4 energy.
Really depends on what his I see now he got rid of Secret Identity.
You had another one easy.
Interesting that he didn't just start with that though to remove both, right? He's swinging lead to lead. Currently a 20 double into a 20. I imagine we're going to see the combo of maybe even both Vegeta and Bardock just to get them off the board.
Mm-hmm.
He gets 1 battle card attack, so if he's going to get 1, right, it's either got to be a really big attack or like a big keyword attack.
If only there was something that could do 3 damage right now. Huh.
Oh. You ever like forget how cards work?
Never. Not a day in my life.
Because that's me right now. All right, so hear me out, right?
Okay. What if
he's got the guy?
Uh-huh.
I mean, every time I play against black,
yeah.
I mean, every time I play against green into black, I just presume that they've got the brainwash no more.
You know, in a meta that doesn't have Champa,
he just pulled 1 card to the front of his hand.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, he's
getting made of black. Oh
no! Oh.
Wait! No!
No! That's too bad.
All right, for those unaware, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it wins the game, but like,
yeah, it doesn't always, but this situation.
Well, I mean, here now his leader is a 40k double. Goku doesn't negate skills if you're a teen Gohan. So brainwash no more says pay a black if your leader is black during a battle. You can basically discard him, and then you don't take damage for the turn.
No, well, for the battle.
For the battle.
But you got another leader swing that got a token negate away. And
then he's gonna, if he swings Secret ID into the token, nothing happens. I mean.
And then you can't do any more battle card swings for the turn. Unison's already been played. I doubt he's playing Demigra. He's not that much of a person like me. And
4 life is a lot, but when you have 3 cards in hand, it's really not a whole lot.
If one of them's dormant, though, that's it.
Well, but even if it's dormant, you can still double strike, right?
Oh, you're also you get the plus 20k, right?
Oh, true. He is a 40k.
He is a 40k.
You got a cumber, mister? Maybe he could just like. Yeah, I was gonna say he could just play Trunks, and then swing into Unison, like just remove Unison this turn.
Yeah.
So he's gonna draw. Uptick that Unison. Man, this is really. I don't know how many cards are in that Trunks' deck, but it can't be very many.
Yeah, it's getting pretty slim.
So we go 20 into Bardock. Right?
Yeah, I think we start whittling down Bardock because Bardock can help you win next turn as well. I mean, you just need one attack in, and I think there's a good chance.
Then you're double strike lead.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at least you're a 40K leader, right?
Yeah. At least that. Brainwash no more, dude. What a card. Remember when this card came out and it was like $30 on
Yeah, and
release?
then it saw like no play. Well, it was also out when
It was
Dark
at
Brawl
one,
went,
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is it's a 30K black card, so it's just like, yeah, sure, why not? Like, let's do it.
Then they printed it into the ground, and
And
which I mean, better that it's accessible, but
yeah.
I mean, we're just looking at this like this Bardock's gonna die here. And then I mean, realistically, it looks like he's got like 2Z energy, which is not enough to make that high of an impact. The swing double into Bardock, presumably still. Got a negate. I mean, I think if you have homicidal clones, I think you go for it, right?
It's tempting. But do you want to do it at 4 life or at 3 life?
That's a pretty good one. Super combo, automatically draw. He's got 4 in deck, 5 in deck. And then Bardock, he'll place the card in the combo. Is he going, or maybe I think he's going for leader now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Cumber will look in his life, rip out 1, and he has to specifically have a 1 cost.
Negate or something.
Negate, yeah.
All right, taking 2. Yeah, because clones would not work anymore. Yeah. All right, what do we got in there? Yeah, I guess get rid of the monkey. Yeah, because that in your drop area. I guess it's through the warp, right?
It's to the warp, yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter either way.
And then if he has uneasing right here, but even if he doesn't, right, like he can just Xeno evolve into the 8 cost, or like he's gonna play out this presumable 25.
So you got
And
the Secret
40.
Identity. Do we have an
uneasing? He's got to have exactly uneasing, I think, right?
Yeah. And
slow him down.
We've seen him like pitch them heavy. Ooh, paying something.
Uneasing.
Actually
Not
playing it.
Deciding to do the floodgates.
All right. So I think that's the 4th uneasing. Not that it matters anymore, but that is definitely there. Okay, and then we have the big boy.
Xeno Evolve Trunks, yep. Swing lead, that's 30 base. And then you can just give him your 14 card hand.
Yeah. So 40.
That is 2 super combos in the middle there.
50.
He drew all 4 of them.
60.
And then he can afford to do
70,
that. He's got the space.
80, 75, 85, 90. 95 to 40K. Because again, this is 40K, so you do have to get quite large.
I mean,
All
he
right.
picked up a Paragus.
55.
And I'm pretty sure that is the last one, so I don't think, even if those are all 5Ks, I'm pretty sure he's dead here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, got Dormant, I think, right off
Into the Dormant.
Yeah, if you had Dormant into
frustrated there.
Yeah, I would be too. I'd be frustrated too. 1 card left in deck too. That's insane, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. One card, yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, he's just drawing left and right. Every card was gaining value, and he was playing from other areas. Really, really impressive stuff there from Jesus.
How do I say? I always thought, oh, the expert deck is just like a slightly different flavor. It is a completely different flavor. Like it is not the same as Aandroidd 21. It's not just like with a different leader ability. You're building completely differently. You're trying to do different things, and mostly, Android 16 is also honestly, Jared's just made it a new version of Android 16 in my mind.
A lot of blue green combos. He's managed to jam Zamasu Deity's Wrath into the deck, and we just thought he got box cards here, so he's gonna get to go first. And if he has the right setup, this could go really, really poorly, even at the beginning of the game for his opponents.
Yep. So playing your speedy substitution there, finding another Android 18, which you'll probably just immediately discard.
Notably, Speedy Sub can only fix energy off of a blue-green energy, so that is something that we will have to, he can't like shove the Bad Ohm into his energy right now.
Yeah, and I'm biased. I'm pretty sure Jared knows this, and he's good, but we do have to keep track of that.
I think. Okay, so off the top, all right. So it's 2 good hits and a bad hit there from Trunks, right? So that Gohan was basically the best turn 1 put away you can have.
Mm-hmm.
And then he knows not to attack. So great play immediately from Jesus. Jared is missing the turn 2 17. He does not have that is not great. He's got to have that key channeler pretty quick. He's gonna play 1 for Giro. He's got a bottom deck of green card, pick up a life. Still don't understand if he can do the green life first or not, but either way.
No one does. No one knows right now.
No one has any clue.
No one has the idea.
Another speedy sub? Not bad. All right. Hopefully he can find the key channeler right here is what he's really looking for. Finds super combo, which is not bad. But now we're going to go back into Trunks. And realistically, this is his turn, right? This is like he can really push here if he sees the right set of cards, which I think would be really neat to see, like a maximum turn 2 push. So let's see here. He's going to go ahead and charge the Feigned Greeting. Do you have the Supreme Kai of Time? You got the 1-drop? Let's see it. No, he's warping a Unison. Draw 2. So that's neither a 1-drop or another card that can mill. Did he just pass?
I think he did.
No. Wait a second, that's not good. Though Jared misses the key channeler.
It still doesn't have it. Another super combo, but again, none. That key channeler.
It's a little odd. Both players are just off to kind of rocky starts.
I will say, it's really interesting in this game too, where there's so much cycle, so much searching, and it's still so easy. It feels like to not find the card you need out of your whole thing.
That was it's really crazy that he has searched top 5 for Aandroids 4 times, 2 speedy subs and 2 5-drops. And he's gonna put the Android 20 at the bottom, draw 1.
Yeah, and now that
now he's at 6.
Yeah. So he does get the Awaken. I do want to say again, so we do have 3 undefeateds going into this round. Of these 2, we also do have a third one in Raymond, who's playing the BT20 version of Android 21. They're playing against Reboot Pan, who's 5-1 on table 2. If Pan wins on table 2, that does mean that we are done for. This is the finals, essentially. If not, winner will be playing Raymond in the finals.
So he's going to go ahead and place it in the drop area. Does he just have he's going to play out the TP? Yep. So trading places here can trigger both on combo and at the end of your turn. So it just looks like he's going to go ahead and place the D-Magic, place back a super combo, draw a card. And then start of Raymond's turn, or Jesus' turn, he will get that energy back.
Yeah, so it is limit 1, but being able to do that, and then it just means like you have potentially another activation off the same one, because it doesn't have to be comboed out of hand for its effect, does it? No.
Just one that's credited in a combo.
Yeah, so then if you're allowed to combo with it again the next turn, you can use the effect again, and get some just good value from it.
And honestly, it's one of those weird situations. He kind of needs to now stay at a high life total because he needs Key Channeler to go into his energy scot free, right?
Yeah, because Key Chandler, you have to be 5 or more life.
5 or more life, yep, to be a check land, which is a very weird requirement, but I kind of like it for some check lands. I like that it's like a balance, like that. Some of them are early game check lands, some of them are late game.
Yeah, and some
So
of them are
he's just
just
going
always.
for all value here. He is still not seen. There she is, the timekeeper. I mean, do you just awaken and rip it? Like, is that the play? He's got 5 sands.
I think he's thinking about it. Yeah, that seems to be the play. So, yeah, awaken in there, going to the other side, untapping 1, drawing 1.
And then just spend 1 on the. I think he needs to combo away a 1 drop though. Or one of these 2 drops. I don't feel like it's safe for him to play a unison and then keep a 4th card out there.
Yeah. No, and
I feel like
oh, sorry,
he's
just
already on it.
another thing. Yeah, Pan is not already 1 on table 2. I'm just saying if Pan does win, we go to. If Pan wins, we're done with this round. If Pan loses, then we have Aandroidd 21 facing the winner of these on next round. I probably said that wrong. So that's how it is.
So Trunks decides not to do the effect, and there he's got the key channeler finally. So both players find their key enabled piece on turn 3.5.
Yeah.
That is a little late for decks that wanted those on turn 1, but he's going to go ahead and get the value out of these blockers here, right? Pay 1 just to stop an attack for free is pretty all right. Pay 2, 3 for the Zamasu Unison. Swing a 19 to leader. Going to go ahead and block. All right, so here is the biggest piece of synergy in the deck. Now he's going to go ahead and pay 1 for Key Channeler. Key Channeler will play itself.
Yep.
It will, trigger his leader effect. It's also going to trigger Zamasu. So Zamasu gets to draw and then also restand itself. So you see there that he basically turned his leader into a draw 2 and a unison that has dual attack.
Yeah, it's crazy amount of value. A lot of these are just kind of cards that just happen to be working together.
Yeah. Zamasu was literally designed for set 2 Goku Black, pre reboot. Right, this is when Anniversary Box 2021 when we got support for that deck. Extremely different deck. So the Jesus has got quite a bit of pressure he can apply here, and I think he can start to get to it. He's got 4 energy now, right? Jared's only got 1 energy up. So
for
like
now.
if he for now. Right, like if he's not prepared with beans or D magics or whatever, could fall into a little bit of a trap. Jesus basically down to 3 energy if he plays his unison out, which I presume he will.
And what, swinging at the unison? Yeah, I guess so.
There we go.
Oh, you can say it.
All right, yeah. Getting your Kai finally at 4 energy, but we get there.
Bottom 1, and then he can pick up to 2 life. He had the Z energy. I wonder if he could have done this and then picked down to 3 just to make sure he got the double strike onto the Zamasu. Kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
Pay 2. I imagine Trunks is coming out while he does not have access to Kusu. Smart play to not swing with Kai first.
Yeah, because if he Dimension Magicked and then Kusu'd, yeah, it would have been...
It'd be in a way worse spot. So, I mean, this is going to be 2 attacks into Zamasu because Jared is not even at 5 yet, so he could not possibly Child's Army if he's got it. And I wonder, he probably isn't at Sparking 5 yet either. We know he's at least, 3 or 4, but I don't know if he's at 5 to be able to D-Magic from life. He's going to go ahead. Oh... my goodness, he's going to go ahead and use Pretty Black Hole. He's going to kill his own Key Channeler, and that's going to kill the 5-drop Trunks.
Yeah, we've been seeing this in hand all day. I haven't think we've seen it resolve, but yeah, counterattack, negate the attack. Then you may choose one of your opponent's battle cards, negate its skills, place its owner's drop area. If you do, draw one. Then choose any number of opponent's non-token battle cards, total energy cost less than or equal to the cost, and place them in their drop with the skill and KO them.
Very interesting card here.
It says that over here.
I mean, you do happen to play like some bigger bodies.
5 cost, yeah. 5 cost green card, right?
Yeah. And you got rid of it, and then you're able to get your dual attack, which is good. And then, honestly, you kind of want to get that key channeler in your drop, so you can put it into your energy, and then you can use its effect again.
Yep. I reset it.
So Goku's gonna swing 30. Huge. Right into the unison. He goes one more into the unison. Combo a card. Down to 1, but I don't think he's going to be able to remove it this turn unless he taps out. But if he taps out, that could mean disaster. Yep, decides that it is not worth it quite yet killing that unison. Jared charges a green Zamasu, so now he's got some weird energy colors here. Let's see if he can make some better use of it. He could, I was going to say he could like sell and eat the board, but there's just nothing out there to eat. Jesus is just, it took him too long to get this Kai on board, and it really feels like, unfortunately, his game plan has just fallen behind due to some RNG. Jared is deciding what to do here. He could play something like Gusu. He could go for like a Beerus just because it is a high value card. But he doesn't have any Z bat, or he doesn't have any Z energy, so he's got to make sure that he gets some super combos off first. A 5? Did you just turn 5 cards sideways? 5 energy? No way.
No.
This guy is a madman.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen. All right. He loves Zamasu so much, he will pay 5 energy for it.
This is the biggest punish I've ever seen. Wow.
If I didn't even know that card cost 5. Like, I've never paid it for 5. I thought that card cost 1.
Definitely just cost 1. Oh man. Wow. I mean, if he doesn't have anything else to do, I suppose it's like a fine way to play it, right?
Sure.
We know that he hasn't seen a lot of key channelers.
Yeah. They'll show up by the end of the game. They'll just be stuck in his hand, right? Like, that's how it is.
He's going to decide to go after the unison here. I don't know. I mean, yeah, Jesus' hand is just huge, and Jared's looks fine, but it looks like 8 or 9. Whereas Jesus, I think he's sitting on like 12, 13 cards. Oh. What is that? How about
finding
that?
a swing to combo with that. I mean, like, you're not trying to do damage. You're just trying to either build Z energy or fix your own energy, get your leader effect off. So, another 5 drop there. And the restand draw.
2.
Yeah.
Does he have a super combo over there?
There's key channeler.
Key channeler.
Yeah. There's a
super combo will do it, yeah. At least key channeler's back in there, but like he just charged, another green Zamasu. He's got like I don't know. I feel like the pay 5 is really like I don't know if it was the best play, but given his hand because we can't see it, but it feels like it was just a really tough decision he had to make.
Yeah. I wouldn't think Jared would have done something like that lightly. I think he was like, you know what?
He knows, yeah.
Yeah, literally nothing better to do. So let's just.
As it turns out, Jared is a significantly better player than both of us.
Combined, yeah, maybe. You know what?
Well, hold on now.
Combined, maybe not. All right,
I've got an even record with him.
That's fair.
1-1.
I've only lost to you once.
that I'm 1-0 on you. So
Yeah.
I'm the best. 1-0 on Hayden, 1-1 with Jared.
Yeah. That's determines the skill. Pretty easy.
So I mean, I don't know. He could have even like kept his Zamasu in active mode there, right? Just to get the extra block off. Because it seems like Jared, I imagine what he's starting to get worried about is like straight up OTKs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where Trunks just goes like, "Oh, you're at 6. I'll take care of all that." Especially right, he's got at least one super combo in his energy and one in his drop area. We know that, that means some amount of them are gone. They're not just all sitting in his hand ready to go.
All right, trading places again.
And this is where trading places is broken, right? So Zamasu seems crazy until you do it on your opponent's turn as well.
Mm-hmm.
Where you
stand,
draw
blocker, draw 2.
Put the
combo,
super combo back.
You get a super
right
combo
there.
back. Yeah, it is. This
now
is a
next
lot
turn
of
he's
value.
going to get next turn he's getting an extra Z energy or an extra energy too, defensively. Plays another unison.
This is a super quick aside. I didn't know Jared had one dog, but I've seen at least 2 different dogs walking in the background. So shout outs to the doggies.
Little fellas. Jared or Jesus is looking at what to play out of his warp. Yeah, making the call to play Trunks while he's still only got 1 energy up again, avoiding the Kusu. So he's going to draw and do that. And so we've got, what, 2? Does he have another pretty black hole? Don't do it. Do not do it to him.
Okay, sorry. He's paying 1 for something. Probably the safer choice with this.
I was scared. I mean, like, honestly, pretty black hole to kill your own Zamasu you just paid 5 for seems kind of neg. But, that's not for us to decide.
No, it sure ain't.
So Trunks is going to swing, put 3 back. He's still got a unison swing here, so that's pretty nice. He's going to go ahead and Spirit Boost. Yep, Z Awaken. All right, so let's see the plan here. Do you just Spirit Boost again to remove Aandroidd 17? Or do you just say, hey, like, it's really not a big deal if that sits around, right? Like, wouldn't you rather just put, because if you Spirit Boost, that's a marker, which is still an attack that Jared seems to be willing to play into the really long game.
Yeah, always, because I think he knows that he has so many like discard ones and just pressure in that way. I mean, the fact that you get to use more than 4 super combos in the deck, right?
Yeah, that's a full power counter right there. Gonna pay 2, 3, 4. Secret rare, regen 1. Yeah. Remove both those big cards,
including the unison. Yep, very nice.
She has at least 1 card under her, so she is safe.
Yeah, 40K.
She's going 40.
Floodgate. Makes
but
sense.
It does not negate the attack.
It sure don't.
And he still gets unison and leader attack out of this still.
Without, you can still attack if you want to get rid of cards as well.
It's willing to, though. So he sends the Kai to the warp, which is, again, great news.
I'll take Vegito.
Man, do you remember at the beginning of this match where you're like, man, that key channeler only works when you're 5 or higher life?
It is. On turn 2, and I was like, he could push to make key channeler not work.
And like, meanwhile, you're at 7 life as Aandroidd 21, and Jared is so good at getting value. You still have your Zamasu you can swing with.
Yeah.
30. He's got to lose a card. The problem is that Jesus' hand is still stacked, right? Like, he has been drawing cards. So I do wonder, right, if Trunks is in a position where, now that he's down to low life, is that how many cards is he going to start hemorrhaging here, though?
Go to 45.
That goes in the drop area, and then he's going to go ahead and pay 1 for Key Channeler, which will place itself in the drop area and play it.
Mm-hmm.
It will trigger Zamasu to draw, leader to draw. Like, look at that. From his energy, he just drew 2 cards,
Mm-hmm.
placed a super combo back, and gets a dual attack out of his unison. Like, that's
It's like
the
drawing
highest
3
value.
cards almost, right? Because the card that you used didn't even come out of hand.
Yeah.
Right? Like in
fact, it even came into play.
Yeah.
Like, he could, if he has another Zamasu, he could turn it into a Zamasu right now. He's gonna
He
go
hasn't
ahead
even
and
swung with
he,
the Zamasu, right? He can still swing with in what the
he could, but he's still under Pan's Floodgate.
Oh, that's true. I see. Yeah.
And warping 2, right? He just found a trading places, and he's getting 2 energy back here. So, like, now he's got access to Kusu and stuff too. We see the full power counter in his energy. I wonder if, right, that could be a sign of things to come. But paying 4 is just a different story from like Aandroidd 21, where they usually pay like 2 of their own energy. So I think Jesus just decided not to charge. Am I saying that right? See, this is like the right kind of fast playing where like games are going fast, right? They're still 17 minutes around and they are on turn 6.
Yeah. Now I will say there have been like a lot of like smaller turns, right? But for sure.
Playing out a unison one more time. Comes out. He's going to go ahead and plus. Choose not to mill anything. Oh, maybe not. I mean, the thing is here is like you can't even cumber yet because you just have to. You can't use it when they're at 7 because it doesn't apply enough pressure, right? And I don't know what kind of board wipe Super Saiyan God Trunks is going to have, but I don't think it's going to be enough here.
Yeah, and again, like if for the long game, I think it just really benefits Jared way more.
Yep. There might have been like a sweet spot middle game, right? Where Trunks could have taken over, but I feel like at this point, it's like, how do you deal 7 without just hiding the game too far into his point? Now that's a 30 crit to his leader. 17, really.
I mean, I wonder like why.
Super coming out.
I'd be personally just okay taking this again, and we have 6 life right now. Like, if he's putting so much resources into it, like just 1 life is not too terrible.
Yeah. Well, critical I understand, I guess. But this 30k single, that he's probably got to take, right? Don't try to negate this one again, right? Right? You're silly. All right. Well, so he's negating the attack. I think he's just prepping because he wants to Kusu the Trunks 5-drop, right? Because that's the scariest card in the deck is the 5 into an 8.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and pay 1 for the Gohan. Choose not to mill, I presume. He draws 1 and add the marker to the unison. What he can do here is he can go in. Yeah, I was gonna say he can uptick the unison still. Even if he's not gonna mill, it can at least be at 4 markers. Thank God this deck doesn't have like a minus on that unison, huh?
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, what would a fair skill be, right?
Fair one? He'd have to be like -4.
Yeah, -4. Give it like double strike or something. I don't know. Like,
yeah, like 5k and double. Like it would have to be really simplistic.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's still like you're still adding a marker to it that turn.
Yeah.
So he's like defending these hits that like he probably doesn't need to, but if it gets him out of the situation, and then I'm pretty sure he goes trading places right here. Yep. Pop, add back a super combo. He places a card down. Yep, so the cost is to add 1 back, and then the effect says place 1 down, then replace it. So he puts down, is that a black smoke? Huh. Gonna draw all of his cards, and then put 1 back. Does he have a super combo in there? I don't know. It sure does. I don't know why. So that means all 4 super combos are in rotation. Trading places, I think that's the third I think that's the third one, I want to say.
Third, yeah, because I know he
played the 1, he comboed it, and then he comboed 1 like last turn, and then that would be number 3. He's gonna go ahead and block an attack here.
Yeah, I hope I get it. I was digging for it.
I just can't believe he's at 7 life. Jesus has got to be feeling it right now. I'm sure in his mind it's been really frustrating. I don't know what he's going to
I'm
do with his
sure.
black
Yeah,
energy too. He's just choosing not to charge now, start keeping cards in hand.
Yeah.
There's a bad omen. That's a decent way to spend 5.
Yeah, when your opponent's at 2 life, like get rid of half your opponent's life seems pretty good.
I don't know.
So I mean, you just swing with Zamasu here, right? Well, I guess we know that he's got Deborah is the problem.
Yes, so you can't swing with Zamasu as easily because they do get to potentially draw more.
Mm-hmm.
Swing with 19k Zamasu, which
I mean,
you're
so
probably
Trunks
gonna
can't take Trunks can't take any more damage here.
Nope.
And he's got Zamasu incoming. Is his Secret still out or did he get removed?
I believe it got removed. Yes, it did get removed.
It was 24. So he's got to give up 1. That I think that's a bait. He's probably got another one, right?
Yeah,
That's got to be a bait.
I would take it as a bait. Yeah, but even I don't know. I think I'd still take the bait.
I mean, you're just gonna swing with Zamasu, right? Just to do it at that point.
Yeah.
And honestly, if he's digging deeper into his deck, he's closer and closer to deck out.
Yeah, because I mean, we saw the game last round. He had 1 card left in deck.
So Jared's got quite a few positions. I mean, I think you just do it, right? Like you just spend the 5, 4. Oh, maybe not. 4 and 1 for Bad Omen. Because Bad Omen will fix your energy. It'll trigger a draw on your leader. And it'll crit a life.
Yeah, we are going into Bad Omen.
It's hard because you got all the good level stuff. So you can like stop me pretty well. And I think if I had the secret at the time when you're at 2 life, because that's what I was hoping for.
All right, and we have this here. There it is, Bad Omen.
And the clear.
Yeah.
But that's where it was like,
Place the Vegito away. Hit one of the life. Ensure that one. What do we see? Trunks. Okay.
Trunks. Okay. Which you're happy to see that's there at least.
Leader. Place back a super combo. Yep. That's that good. Good. And so this is now any attack is lethal, which is just huge. Or like he could be like sitting on another Bad Omen for next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So swing 25.
All right.
Get rid of her, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then she'll come back, but it's gonna be skills negated. So
yeah, I imagine like it just comes back.
it gets its skills again. That would be wild.
That'd be pretty rough for you.
He's just passing. I imagine he's not pushing because I imagine he's got another one in his hand. Is my immediate guess. It's tense though. Like, I mean, he's at 1. It's just one of those like things where if he can turn the game around, then this is his chance, right? Like he's got to use his energy. He's got what, 7 total. So he's got access to Trunks once per turn, Xeno Evolve, Cumber, and then 2 energy.
Yeah, so you can, I mean, you have a lot of resources. You probably have enough resources, at least from the energy wise. There's like 2 games on like a regular matchup, right? So you can win it like 4 with this deck. You have what, 7 energy right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So, two energy open for Jared right now, which is dangerous for Kusu. I definitely think there are less cards in hand for Jesus.
Yeah, Jared's hand is just over the last like 2 turns, especially. We just saw the entire flip flop of hand sizes. He's digging in his 3 hands to figure out where his options are. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cards in Jesus's. Whereas it looks like maybe 9, 10 for Jared. Jesus is not out of, like, he's not entirely out of it. Like, he's out of it in quotes, but like we've seen 7-0s. Like, he's got Cumber. If he doesn't have the Kusu for the piece, right? He's got Aandroidd 21, or he's got Aandroidd 17, which is a problem. But he's got a decent amount of swings still, just because he has 5 cards in his hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he dealt 2, so Jared's at 5 now. He could Cumber. You know what he could have done? He probably could have started the turn with Cumbers. That way Aandroidd 17 went to his board.
I see.
Yeah, just to like force him to have 2 if he wants to floodgate him. Like, unfortunate though, because generally you want Cumber to burn them from 2 to 1 and then swing with the Cumber, you know?
Yeah, but again, when
But
Jared hasn't been below 5 health all game, like,
yeah,
you gotta start.
This is
doing
the
some
lowest
value.
he's had. There's 30. I think we know Jared has exactly 1 super combo in hand if my thoughts are right.
Yeah.
He's got 3 in his energy there, so.
Yeah, he has no more than 1. That is, we figured it out.
No more than 1 and all 4 in rotation. It just depends on if one's in the drop area or not. It's kind of hard to. Man. 2. He's putting cards back. Warding. That's a good one. But he does have to spend a card out of hand for it, though, right? So he's basically -2 here to get 1 swing off. There's a D magic. Back to 2 up. I think Jared just counted like 7-ish.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and so here's the safe thing, right? Is that if he wants, I mean, it looks like he's just going to choose to wall up, but the problem is that if he's got a bad omen, there's just nothing he can do.
Mm-hmm.
I think what he could do here, right, instead of doing that, would have been like to play Cumber and then play the Trunks line, and then Kusu wouldn't really be able to go off.
Yeah, but passing
Because
there,
he could steal it.
You have another bad
Does
omen, you get it.
he? 2, 3 on Cell.
Cell.
Oh,
yeah,
my goodness.
Very tasty. Very tasty Cell.
That's so I mean, hey, no bad omen.
You
for whatever that's worth, I guess.
You don't immediately lose. That's true.
You just only have to deal with 25 duel, 20 rip a card, 19 duel, 15, and then draw 2.
And Cell is a good card. I hope I.
Yep. 35.
Not too
Cell's
controversial
crazy.
to say so.
Why would you say something so controversial?
Yeah, I know. I'm
so
bad.
bold.
My
Kusu,
bad.
he loses another card. This is 35. I think he's got like 3 cards in his hand. Oh, and yep.
Two
there
cards
goes
in
Orochi.
hand.
And that is 50. 55. He's got super combo.
Yeah, no.
That's it.
No way.
Jared undefeated into the last round. That might be the end of it based off of how table 2 is going.
Yeah, that's how that one is. Let's try to jump over there real quick. One moment. All right, and it looks like we're getting down to it. Jared is set up, putting down his 8 life. And then we do have on the other side Raymond setting up theirs as well. I did see Jared rolled a 5. I didn't see what Raymond rolled, but probably bigger than a 5. I guess that they're going to go first and go from there.
Dice roll is important, but it is not the end-all be-all here, right? Getting that extra draw on swing from Expert Deck 21 is going to be huge. But at the same time, This is now the third match that we've watched Jared in a row where the opponent's leader does not have to swing to gain value.
And that's important again for Jared because you want to be able to get down to 6th life for relatively free, and he's going to have to pay energy and spend time to do that instead of just letting his opponent do it for him.
We are seeing Black Mass Saiyan. I mean, it's good on turn 2 when he goes to play Key Channeler.
Yeah.
But I wonder if he's gonna have a way to remove it by then.
Yeah, because Key Channeler is a 14k, so it is under that 15k, top
threshold.
end.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and pay 1 for the speedy sub, top 5, grabbing a Trading Places. But like, here's the thing, right? Is that he could, in theory, just use Trading Places over and over again, right?
For sure.
Swing lead, drawing, combo the Aandroids 18. 21 decides to take it. 21 could awaken this next turn, depending on the situation. And he puts down Bad Omen. Best opening possible. Has the Key Channeler guaranteed, but also Bad Omen now in energy.
Aandroidd, the battle card one.
We will see top 5 for a Measureless Strength, who is honestly one of the strongest cards for blue-green, maybe honestly for any specific archetype deck that we've ever seen. A discard searcher, a check land, and a pretty good ability on our own. Very strong stuff.
It's only dead if it's like the last card in your life, right? Like second to last card in life, right? Like otherwise, it's very flexible, really good for setting up your plays. It's either a good charge, as you said, or a searcher to get your better cards.
Now, Jared is in a tough spot where now there's a hit unison that he basically needs to clear in order to keep his opponent's hand size down, but he still has to worry about this Dark Power Black Mass Saiyan. Yeah. He's going to pay 2 for Aandroidd 20, which this is an old card. This is a set 2 card that basically it says when it's played, you can add any card with Aandroidd in its name from your deck to your hand. So that does include the secret rare. You can just add that straight to it.
Yeah, that's I would pay 2 to make sure I found my secret rare every game. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. So swings leader into unison, just knocks 1 marker off. Interesting. That does let Raymond here pick up his life, meaning he's now gotten 3 full searches on the front side of his leader. That is a little dangerous to his hand size for Jared.
Yeah, because whittling away when they have 12 cards in hand, losing 1 is not as vital as if they had 7 cards in hand. They have to lose 1, right?
Mm-hmm. Pay 1 for a pan makes sense. Draw 1. You go ahead and awaken, get a 1/1, and now again he has an activate main to potentially draw another card here. So we just watched him draw 4 or 5 cards.
Yeah.
So this is a tough spot. Hit is going to keep gaining value turn over turn. Eventually he's going to be able to flip him back, so that way he can't awaken and get really kind of stuck there in terms of getting energy back and doing more. See, okay, so right there, Raymond here, if Raymond had passed Jared the pan, he actually could have spent the pan on that Mandatory Gathering as a free +5.
Yeah, because it's whenever you play any Aandroidd 21?
Aandroidd 21 or Aandroidd 21 Z battle card. You can use your opponent's skills, yeah.
2 or less, yeah. With battle cards.
So he is just passing. I think he might be holding up a Kusu or other such card. Could make this very difficult for Jared now. Apologies about the bit of the video quality there on Raymond's side. It'll kind of clear up here in a moment.
Yeah, it's on his side, unfortunately.
Yep.
All right, pitching the Aandroidd 18. Look top
third.
5. Yeah, they're all right there, huh?
Right. Well, so and honestly, I'm a little intrigued by the fact that he's getting rid of the Measureless Strengths because it is such a powerful card to play if you happen to be in this kind of a matchup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you know that the game is going to go long. If you're going to have a bunch of extra energy, pay 3 for a card that removes anything and then hits a card at random out of your opponent's hand. Very strong. Bottom deck of Kusu. Draw a card. So he is still stuck at 7, man. This is the tough part. Like he could Jiro again, but then like what does that accomplish? He awakens, but he still can't play Key Channeler.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that Key Channeler being, not being able to be played because of Black Mass Sand, or Black Mass Sand is just really, really tough for you. Because what's your removal for that card? Kusu.
Black Smoke if he sided it.
I guess Cell.
Secret Rare.
Cell.
Yeah.
A little expensive for Cell, but can do some work.
Honestly, Cell wouldn't have been a half bad choice last turn, though, right? That would have been a 25 dual crit. Would have eaten 2 cards. But now Jared's got a clone token on his board. This is a little bit tough. Honestly, I really felt like Jared was going to be in control up until we saw the Black Mass Sand come down on turn 1, and now he just can't even get his game plan started.
Nope. And it's a game plan that just kind of whittles away over a couple turns, and now there's the hit there too, which is pretty scary to potentially unawaken it as well. Not right now, obviously, but when it gets awakened.
When the time has come, yeah. Pay 1. Another pan, maybe? I mean, his hand is, wow, an unreal amount.
Yeah. All your 1-drop searchers are going. So 2 pans.
I think he's just saving him on his side, right? But and I mean, like in theory, Jared could play something like his Secret Rare right now, right, to immediately wipe the board. But going up in life is really not what he wants to be doing here, especially because he probably is going to need that Secret Rare to wipe the board of something a little more threatening. But it would also get rid of the Unison. We haven't seen any counterplays from both players. I imagine it's because they're both on Absolute Release Ball, right? Instead of something like Desperate Measures. But if they are on them at all, right?
Yeah. It's maybe look at the list. Maybe, I don't know. Blue generally, at least I think both of these builds, there are removal skills, right? But for Jared specifically as the expert deck, it is more of just value, and then once you get value, you just you really don't have a lot of hard removal.
No. And this BMS is just really sitting. I mean, I guess you just sell, right? Like it has to be.
Yeah, but you
Cell will eat.
What do you have? One.
He'll eat the Audacity too. He's only got 1. But right, I mean, like swing lead combo, super combo is not.
Yeah, you can even swing clone token if they negate it, right? You're not even too worried.
Yeah.
Actually, if it can attack, right?
The clone token's can attack.
Okay.
They just don't have any combo power.
Okay.
The question is he going to give back the pans? Because otherwise he is just running straight into a full power counter. I mean, like literally for his entire board, right? I guess he's swinging with a pan. I just want to know the number of cards in hands for for Raymond, to be honest. He is in really big control of this game. The opening of a Black Mass Sand going first, just super strong.
Yeah, very strong. And then we have a
peel off. He could remove Barrier on Jiro, I suppose.
I only meant his attack. It's just guess I don't.
Now what?
See, so he giving him the rest mode pan, and then I think he's gonna swing with his first
Other
pan
pan,
into
yeah.
that pan. Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
I mean, yeah, he's just gonna combo out, but at least it forces it Giro into it. Yep. Because see, like he want like at this point he's now forced to either combo a bunch of cards on board or he has to like use a floodgate this early in the game, and that feels a little bad. I mean, I love that we say early in the game, but it's like turn 4 for both. Super combo, he swings 10.
And
I'm gonna say no negates.
might combo here to build Z energy.
Yep. I think it's a very decent chance he throws a super combo on this, and then he can sell for all 3 of the other cards.
Yeah. That or he could be swinging to the hit unison, so you just want 15k to just to maybe hit that down.
Oh, just swings 10 into pan. Pay 1 for a speedy sub. Krillin the Cunning. Beautiful. For those unaware, Krillin the Cunning and other such cunning cards plus Ghost Warriors have an effect that say auto when they're played, draw 1, and then for the rest of the game, if the turn player would use an extra card or battle card skill to switch an energy to active mode, they have to warp 5 cards from their drop area to be able to do so. Really going to be very difficult to build a drop area large enough for that.
Yeah, and what effects would that be for
Specifically, it's going to be for the 8-drop Ceaseless Despair, where at the end of the turn they restand 5 energy.
Yeah. Yeah, and let's say I only had 10 cards in my drop. Can I untap 2, or I just can't untap?
You can only untap 2.
Gotcha.
Yep. So you can go basically 1 per energy. I think the card, it's very weird. I think the card feels like it reads as though it would be like, oh, if you warp 5, you can do all of them, right? Like in the case of like a Kaioken Secret Rare, something along those lines, right? But in reality, it's just 1, it's 5 per energy, which feels very difficult to do. So he's now swinging, I think, 20 into pan. Yeah, this was a huge momentum shift. I feel like Raymond should have just let Pan die. He's now used 3 of his super combos defending her. And this is just a really tough spot to be in, right?
Agreed. Yeah.
Like that was like, this is the huge momentum shift and he's deciding to save it.
That pan is
I guess really like the most valuable pan in the world.
It has to be.
He's gonna pay 1. Is he gonna do another Giro to get the Awaken?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep. We'll go ahead and gotta have a green card. Kusu. Interesting. So like right there, I feel like he could have paid 2 for Kusu and then bottom decked Black Mass Saiyan.
Yeah, he's just not. He has to
Not
play
letting
around
up on this pan, I tell you what.
Yeah.
I mean, so does Pilaf put super combos to the bottom of the deck? The Pilaf and Gang?
Pilaf and Gang. Place up to 1
does it
card
actually
with a
put
combo
the-
cost of 0 from your opponent's combo area at the bottom of their deck. Yeah.
Okay, so he just put back the super combo, which is
Not great.
kind of nutty. Which I mean, it's interesting because in this specific matchup, right, it's gonna like take it out of rotation, but it means that it's still coming back at some point.
Yeah,
Because he has speedy subs and Regulus and
yeah, it's a really obnoxious card. For a lot, it's very flexible. The fact that it draws a card is great. Yeah, it's for just like generic support. It's fantastic.
you still got 1 up. I don't know. I feel like Jared's hand might be big enough now that it might be okay to just establish the key channeler so it's out. But maybe I'm crazy. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it sucks to discard 2, but at least then it's good.
Yeah.
And it's like ready to go. Or if he just plays Kusu here and gets rid of it, and then he can definitely just go off with it. Kusu or Black Smoke or whatever. Jared's hand is looking pretty healthy. It's like 12, 13 or like 10-ish, 13, 10 to 12 cards.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't get the opportunity to play, the cards you really want, then yeah, for sure.
It's like we just watched 21, which the 21 only took like a -2 to hand, right? Spending the 17, the 8 drop, but then like 3 super combos out of hand. 2 for Kusu, Jared. Come on, let's see it.
It's tempting. You see him tapping too.
He's really well. I mean, he bottom decked a Kusu I think both times, right? Or is he thinking about maybe his Unison? Nope, he's just gonna pass.
Really?
3 up. He has the battle cards, so his own Aandroidd 17 is online. Yep, the pan is on his board.
I'll pay 1. Do wait.
All right, and we got what? It's energy 5 turn. Raymond's got again also a probably even thicker hand, right? Like 12, 13 plus.
It's a lot.
Let's see that cool beat you got. Sweet.
Let's see. I don't know. This is a really tough spot for honestly both players. Like I feel like Raymond spent so much resources defending the pan, but Jared is still just in a lock because of this Black Mass Saiyan, and now Pilaf, Shu, and Mai. I'm gonna say Pishu Mai. The Pishu Mai trio here is going to just prevent the super combo from going into rotation.
I just think it's funny how like that deck can't ignore it. Because you can't do it with.
So he now has both pans, right? Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
He put the dice back, but the pans are still on his board.
I think they're
or
both,
the one pan is still on his board.
I'm not sure why that one is suspended still, but unless he's attacking in rested. Yep. All right. Using the -1 from the hit to flip the leader
back over. He's just never going to get to draw any cards. I mean, this feels like a complete deconstruction of Jared's strategy right now. Dark Power, Black Mass Saiyan, and Hit are both just decimating Jared's ability to play the game he wants.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, again, I could be wrong. I would have been really tempted to have played. What do you think if I would have been punished to charge up to cells and playing cell to wipe the board, get rid of these obnoxious cards off, and then go from there?
No, I feel like that was a totally fine. I think it's maybe in hindsight, right after he protected Pan so heavily, that was the case. But it's really hard to tell. Both of those were really solid lines of play. But we're gonna kind of see how this goes. So he's gonna pay. Is he just gonna play all 4, right? Because he's got the Pan, and then he's got Cunning and Giro, and then he needs to pay 1 energy and 2 Z energy. Or is he just doing 2 for the 2 cost?
Yeah, maybe just 2 for the 2 cost. I do want to remind Jared does have the Aandroidd 21 secret rare in hand too, since it was found off by the Aandroidd 20.
At this point,
honestly, like, go ahead. Sorry,
I was going to say last thing. Yeah, I meant Jared didn't play Aandroidd 21 for sale because he has no Z energy. He had 1. He just needed to charge 1 more, and he would have been able to get there. But it looks like he just didn't want to commit his turn to do that.
Honestly, the way that this game is going, I can't even tell what the best play per turn is. So he's just using Pan, Giro's, yeah. So I think he's supposed to pay one for that, right? Am I crazy?
For which
The secret rare. Usually.
um
I feel like he's supposed to still play one more, but
I don't think
I guess it's kind of hard to. It's just really hard to tell what was going on with boards if someone is.
I trust both of them to know exactly how much it costs and how to pay the cost at this point.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but
40 single. The fact that Jared now can't awaken, it's like this is just open field on his life, right?
yeah, in a lot of ways, because you can't even
So-
use like your speed substitution effect anymore. Like, which you know that there's probably at least one in hand right now.
Yeah. There's no Z battle cards on his board right now either, so every attack that comes through is not going to get floodgated. So lose one from hand, and then probably again do it again. Stop the 20 double, right? Or is Jared considering taking it? No shot. He's going to take it. Right?
Some shot. No.
I think he's literally looking over at his life, but okay, no, he's gonna 20. He's gonna secret or super combo again.
And we already used P-Loss effect this turn. Is this right?
You really can't use it offensively because it's activate battle, choose a thing in their combo
that's
area.
right. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
All your combos will go first. Yeah, it's not an auto. It's like Son Goku wavering conviction, or something like that.
Yeah, unlike the best card, Bardock, where it's just auto win.
I think you're referring to Broly Tragedy Foretold, I think is what you're meaning to say there, but
nah.
I understand what you're saying. He's gonna use Meki. The question is, I mean, he's probably calling. So he's gonna Kusu. Okay, now if he's got this, now that he's above 4, absolute release ball would probably be offline. Got to get rid of the Black Mass hand. You just have to, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Or not.
What's he get rid of?
He tried to remove the secret rare.
All right, so that just means that he's got. I mean, we know secret rare is in hand, right? So maybe that's just his play next turn, unless.
Well, but I think that's probably what
Meki called out.
What Raymond just called. Yeah, it's probably Aandroidd 21 4.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Yeah. Giving it to him now. He's gonna spend. I mean, realistically, if he wants to, he could spend Pan and the Kusu on a Z battle card and then have the 1 extra energy for. I think that's exactly what he's gonna do here.
This matchup does work pretty well. Unless I got like the right stuff.
So this board is messy.
Yeah. You've got I mean, we got so many areas now.
Unfortunately.
And
Jared just fanned. I think Jared's got like 8 or 9 in hand.
Yeah. Still relatively high life total at 5, but it's starting to feel this pressure for sure. And this is a crit swing as well, right?
Yes, this is a 10 critical. Gonna Roshi pick up that and then put it right back down.
Hopefully it's fast enough. I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, he's got still 15 and 15. He's got 3 15Ks. He's got a 40K. There's a lot of pressure coming in. E-Magic on this.
Hopefully it's
15.
yeah, it was very much. Just have to say
Super yeah. This is getting really tough. Jared is leading cards at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
I think Jared has 7 or 8.
Yeah.
No board presence. This is a textbook dismantling. I think I have lost. I might be losing all my egg points in your channel. It's not impossible, but so there's a Aandroidd 17, but he still doesn't have the Z battle card or the thing. I think he was just saving it so that way he didn't take the 40K hit.
All right, and okay, Jared gets another turn, which isn't that surprising, but not a lot that you get to do with it.
Right. We are imagining that the Mechie called out
Secret rare, yeah.
Secret Rare, right? Android 21 4. Which I mean, it also turns off full power counter if that was to become relevant. You can't play the Z battle card out of your Z deck, right? There are a couple things that it's like, wow, that's kind of tough. So Kusu got the BMS out there, man. That is just so rough.
Card that's from set 5, just still like, hey, it's set 20 what now? Who cares? Just look at me.
It's one of those cards that like it doesn't seem to make that high of an impact all the time, but when it does, it's like, oh, my deck does not work.
It does not.
Trying to combo that. Gonna swing 15. Oh. So it looks like he swung with the clone token instead because at the end of the turn he did gain one, I guess. And then he swung 10, comboed away the Android 17, making it 3. So now at least 17 is online. You know, like he can floodgate next turn.
Yeah.
It's cause a little bit of pain. It's just kind of hard to tell like how many cards are in Raymond's hand, and that's going to really be the deciding factor, right?
Yeah, and I think Raymond has still a pretty thick hand when it comes down to it. So, yeah, there's the cell though. That will help clean up a little bit.
Everything, yeah. And so now look. So this board is now gone, right?
Yeah.
That board we were just talking about how complicated that board state was, empty. Cell now gives him access to 25 dual crit here, which is why it's immediately Jared has clawed his way back in. Looks like 7-ish cards.
Yeah,
D-Magic up.
Yeah, out of a crit, yeah. Also, for just, again, Jared got hit by a Mechie, and as far as we know, he's got hit by Aandroidd 21 with a cost of 4, which not only hits the secret, but also the Z battle card. So, since they are both 4 cost, unfortunately, so that's a little bit rough because we do know that Aandroidd, the secret rare is in hand because it did get added to hand by Jiro earlier in this game.
So he still gets a lead swing here, which can draw a card. Which, I mean, do you just swing into 17 just to make sure that there's one less 5K on board, right? Or he looks like he's maybe playing a speedy sub. Yeah.
It depends on where Pan is. If Pan's on the board, I think you swing into that instead of 17, but yeah.
Yeah. He could give Pan to his opponent now. And he could swing with it with both leader and but I think he's forgetting about it just because it's one of those things where not having the literal card in front of you makes it easier to forget about it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's swinging it a hit now because hits at 2 markers. It's a little vulnerable. Spending another 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, yeah, I think that Raymond has actually only got like 7 or 8 cards in hand.
I think you're right, yeah.
We just saw the flash of Dabura, but we have not yet seen a Zamasu come out. So
let's see. And this is game 1, and it's best of 1 for people checking in chat.
Speaking of in chat, if you are enjoying the content, make sure to follow and subscribe the Eggman on twitch.tv.
Thanks. And Dan's cool as well, but I won't plug him. Find him yourself.
We're gonna have the after party at my place.
No, but there he is. In case you missed the after party, there it is.
Yeah. But I mean, realistically, we still have lots of game left, right? Players at 4 and 6 life.
Yeah, but we have
both
7
still
minutes,
blue decks.
So be careful.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Ooh, wow.
In theory, there's lots of game left.
In a perfect world.
So Jared realistically can't awaken on this turn because he can just rip hit again.
Yes. and then he's out of it another turn. You want to survive till next turn so you can play your secret rare, get rid of their unison, and then be safe on your awakened side.
Unless your opponent pays 4 and it's weak. Okay, you paid 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not that upset.
He's just his whole board. It's just like he's doing that for free.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing that for free. Yeah, that's kind of good.
All right, and so what? He got rid of the cell, right?
Yep.
And
I didn't see what he's stacked underneath it, if anything.
I don't know. Yeah, doing that for 1 seems pretty good. Really, really good. And then it ramps, so like replaces itself immediately. Like, okay.
Yeah, so like this right here is where Jared's going to start to get it. So did you already added the 3-minute time extension to that finals timer?
I sure did.
Okay. So we basically have 10 minutes left in the game. I don't know if Jared's going to be able to whittle his life down in that time, but it's not impossible, just difficult.
It is.
So I don't know what keywords he's gained or anything. He pointed to the card, and it looks like it's going to be 25K.
Awaken it again.
Oh. I mean, he's going to get value literally right now, right?
Yeah, I think he's
Where
using
he's
it just to. I mean, let's draw 1 and tap 1's good, and then the speed of substitution, which I've just been burning a hole in his hand.
Yep. And then he'll go ahead and draw, and then he'll put back a super combo. At the very least, he could like try to do that, but I think now hit's just going to go -1, flip you again.
Which for
Zamasu.
2 energy is expensive, but when you have 6 energy open, yeah.
Interesting. I feel like those Zamasus would have been the key back into the game, but he did not like to use them.
Yeah, I think it just didn't find the time to be able to play them at all, and just unfortunate.
15 to lead. Going 20. Spend 1 on that, and then a 5K. Yeah, but trading places that doesn't get any effect. That's a little rough.
Yep.
I wonder if Jared's maybe playing for a Bad Omen game where he just like spends 7 on Super 17.
Mm-hmm.
3, 4. Looks like Jared's got like 4 cards in hand. Raymond's got probably 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
This is a close one.
Yeah.
These are really low hand size games.
Yeah, because I not for nothing, but like when Jared was playing the other games that we saw, it felt pretty clear that he was in control for most of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now this is like the first time we've seen him on the back foot, which again I don't see very often.
I mean, it's primarily, it feels like it was because of that BMS, right? Just for like 3 turns, he just said, "Hey, no, you don't get to play your key channeler."
Yeah.
And now at this point, he really can't because he hasn't been awakened, right?
Yeah.
He's swinging 15 to lead, and a full power counter using the rest of his board and 1 green energy. Killing Kusu.
Yeah.
No, one of those cards is still up then. But 3 energy, 4 energy. So this has got to be secret rare right here to regen health back into it.
Yeah.
He's got 3, so he's only regenning 1. No? Right? Did we miss something?
I must have given out back a pan then, maybe. It's so hard to tell.
Oh, the hit.
Oh yeah.
We forgot about the unison.
The hit. That's right. The unison. Yep. You're right.
You know what? Honestly, now I'm kind of feeling Jared. Just saying. I forgot. I think we both were like, this is not good. And now I'm like, wait a second. Did he just like board wipe and he gets to draw 2 off of his life now?
Still, there's just a lot of momentum he has to, catch up to, right?
Yeah. I mean, Ceaseless Despair is gonna come down here any moment.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's still the Cunning, right? So it's
Yeah.
not like he's getting that energy back, but you could also just like hey Jared, I'll restand your board and then Ceaseless for 4. And it's like, okay, did he just charge the board? Is that right?
I do see Deborah in that energy.
That's I mean, it's still an energy, but it's like if his hand is low and he's like not sure what card to do.
Yeah, I mean, it just means like he's desperate, right? For just anything now.
Yeah. Interesting to see what he's willing to. I mean, I'm guessing that Raymond's hand is just like getting low. Pay 1 for Pan, sure. Yep.
And time's going to be called pretty shortly.
It'll be on Raymond's turn for turn 0. Unfortunate that this isn't like a top cut where we get to like definitely finish the game.
Yeah.
Both players are at 6, but realistically,
my timer's a little bit off. So it looks like time's called now, judging by Judge unmuting themselves. And again, for people, so once 5 minutes are done, it goes to cards in life, cards on board, cards in deck. Which again, both players have about 6 cards in life. Being able to have a wider board is probably maybe easier for a regular Aandroidd 21, but it's been getting a lot of a lot of its 1-drops have been cycling out, so I'm not sure how much they have left for that.
This is a 10k crit to his face as well.
Mm-hmm.
Being a 10k is really, really biting.
Yeah, because you can't awaken until the end of your next turn.
You're gonna restand. I mean, you don't restand the secret rare, but you do you.
Yeah, I think he does for the green.
Does he just go like total audacity here? You think, or does he just go for ceaseless?
Yeah.
2, 3, both of yours.
4, yeah.
Bad Omen.
Bad Omen. Okay, so that's gonna snipe a life.
Gotta place 1 energy in the drop area.
And we got about 3 minutes left in time.
Yep. The unfortunate truth here is that with only 5-minute overtime, I mean, it's very realistic to think that this turn could take all 5 minutes.
Yeah, agreed.
And then at which point he's basically just like, I've burned you for this 1. Now let me just go ahead and just keep swinging until I'm done. And then when I'm finally done, I will pass with more cards in my board than you.
Yeah, and Aandroidd 17 helps negate the attack and also get another card on board, so that's nice. Another Mechie, since there's been a turn in between since you've played them.
What is he? Aandroidd 21.
Yeah.
I think he just called Aandroidd 21 5.
Yeah, just to prevent a bad omen from coming down, which makes sense.
Wow, that was a really heads-up play. And then combo the Mechie, not swinging with it. Okay, 20. Gonna choose to awaken, makes a lot of sense here. Ideally, he's got a trading places. There we go. That's the value we need. Jared's playing uber duper fast. Draw and put a super combo back in.
Yeah, there it is there.
Bingo. Way to go. Jared knows that he's on the timer.
He does.
Super combo out, bottom deck 1. Okay, so Raymond's got, that looks like 5 after this bottom deck.
Yeah. And then hit.
Oh my good.
No.
Wait. No. That's a black. That's a black, mister.
Yeah.
Unless you paid.
No,
Yeah,
that's black. No. Unless he paid 3 for it. And one was the mech.
No. It's just, he's just got to play the
there
other
it is.
energy.
Okay, yes. There it is.
Fine.
Okay, it was fixed.
Okay, we're good.
So, okay, we wasn't going to do the -2 anyways. Or the -1 to flip anyways.
So Jared, I mean, the thing is, Jared's still losing the life total.
Yeah.
But he's not doing much here.
Yeah. I agree. This would have been a great game to see played out 100%, but I don't think we're going to quite get there.
Kusu got to lose another card. Like I believe that if Jared can really get the pass turn here, then he's fine. But I don't know if he's gonna realistically. Oh, there we go. Jared's playing. He's going. Skipping charge, I think. Right.
I don't know. He's got like 3 seconds.
Swing lead 40. Attack will finish. At least he's got full power counter for his whole board.
Yikes. That's just so mean.
Again, it's that full board thing, dude. Like, he just literally, he pays 1 green here and everything else. Secret dies, and then you key channeler. Yep.
Another
swing lead. Or sell. Another sell. Board wipe.
Maybe. Swing with leader. All
Bottom
right.
one. I think. How many cards are on board? That's
1,
3
2,
versus
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 for both.
No, because the pan is on.
Oh, on Jared's side.
Jared's
yeah. So
board,
Jared has the
yeah.
bigger board for sure.
So I think, and then he just picked up that with Roshi. He definitely finishes the attack. There's 30, 35. Lose another one. He's got 1 in hand,
Yeah. So I think this attack goes through, and then
that puts them at tied. And
yeah.
then Jared wins by 1 card on board.
Time is being called right now. Time and time.
So they are finishing the attack.
Yeah. This is it. So the attack goes through.
So I think that's it, right? If he puts the 110K down,
Yeah.
they finish the attack. And that's damage dealt, goes to 5, tied life. Jared has
Combo with the. Oh no, you can't combo with the Aandroidd.
you don't want to combo with it anyway. Yeah, so 20, 30, 40, 50. I think Jared's winning.
Yeah, I think so too. So yeah,
Takes
taking
the
it
1.
down, and then
Game's over. 3
1,
cards on board.
2, 3, 4, 5 to 3. Yeah, I think that's it.
No way. Is that it? Oh my goodness. That is unreal.
Yeah. I mean that pan being the whole thing, right?
That pan on his board, yeah. And here's I think the biggest thing too. I think that if Raymond doesn't charge Dabura and he charges a blue instead, he would get to pay the blue to play out the 4-drop, which would bottom deck one of Jared's, and then also produce another body for Raymond.
Yeah. And that's the tricky thing with running some of these tech cards is it does give you some good situations, but also means that you have some suboptimal charges, and especially in this matchup where there's not a lot of chances to combo. You know what I mean?